and the Honorable Member for Road South, who's going to be late this morning. Thank you, members.
Questions? None. Government statements on recent developments? None. Papers? None. Reports from committees? None. Petitions? None. Government notices? None. Private members' notices? None. Motions? Motion 5 of 2023/4/12 HOA. Approval of reallocations within the 2023 financial year.
The member for Island Harbor is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And good morning to you, Madam Speaker, members of the House, the staff, those in the gallery, to those Anguillians listening and watching on the social media platforms and the radio. Madam Speaker, just want to say Happy Heroes and Heroines Day to all, which was yesterday, which used to be formerly Separation Day. I stand, Madam Speaker, to move the motion number 5/2023-412 HOA, approval of reallocations within the 2023 financial year. The resolution, whereas the Minister of Finance, in anticipation of the approval by the House of Assembly, has directed the reallocation warrant under his hand, that surplus arising from under expenditure on an item in an expenditure vote contained in the main or supplementary estimates be applied in aid of an item in any other expenditure vote in the estimates, or in aid of any new item of expenditure, in accordance with subsection 3 of section 30 of the Financial Administration and Audit Act, Revised Statute of Anguilla, Chapter F 27. Be it resolved that this House of Assembly acknowledges and ratifies the reallocations as conducted by the Minister of Finance under the provisions of section 30 of the Financial Administration and Audit Act, Revised Statutes of Anguilla, Chapter F 27.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, member, for seconding. Madam Speaker, this is fairly standard at approaching the end of a financial year that Minister of Finance asked for this Honorable House to accept the reallocation warrants 2023, which have been provided, Madam Speaker. It shows that the Minister is allowed to reallocate to different ministries and to the Ministry of Finance to pay bills, to meet expectations, and also, Madam Speaker, to take care of arrears in some instances. And in this reallocation warrants, Madam Speaker, allocations from the Ministry of Finance to the Ministry of Sustainability, Innovation and the Environment, $20,000 for the hosting of the OECS Council of Ministers of the Environment Sustainability meeting. And that was October of 2023. In June of 2023, Ministry of Finance to the Ministry of Social Development, $300,000 medical bills for patients seeking medical treatment overseas. And we all are aware, Madam Speaker, that by the end of the first quarter of any year, the allocations for medical treatment overseas is usually expended. September of 2023, the Ministry of Finance to Her Excellency the Governor, $27,784.32, and this was expenditure related to the CFATF, the assessment and hosting of assessors. December 2023, Ministry of Finance to the Ministry of Social Development, $150,000 for medical treatment overseas. December 2023, the Ministry of Social Development to the Ministry of Finance, $1,036,577.32, reimbursement of interest and principal payments, commitments, fees, and other charges made on the Anguilla Community College Development Project CDB loan. And then the capital expenditure, Madam Speaker, again, December 2023, the Ministry of Social Development to the Ministry of Finance, $1.2 million for land acquisition. Total of $2,734,362, Madam Speaker, for reallocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Motion 5, 2023, 412 HOA has been moved and seconded. The floor is now open for contributions to this motion. If there are no contributions, I invite the mover to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. As I stated at the beginning, this is fairly standard for the Minister of Finance, and we do note from these reallocations very necessary, especially the ones for land acquisition. These are long outstanding, Madam Speaker, and the ones for medical treatment overseas, which is one that is done throughout the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Motion 5, 2023, 412 HOA has been presented without amendment. Members, the question is that this motion be passed. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Motion 5, 2023, 412 HOA has been passed without amendment and is now a resolution of the Assembly.
Personal explanations? None. Other business, government business? A bill for Pensions Amendment Act 2023, second reading.
Members recognized.
And thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Pensions Amendment Act 2023 be read a second time.
Madam Speaker, I rise the second.
Madam Speaker, the Pensions Amendment Act essentially addresses that the assessment review was done, and this is done every few years, Madam Speaker. And it was determined at that time, Madam Speaker, that the Pensions Act, that the pension scheme, the Public Service Pension Scheme, would essentially become defunct by 2028, a mere 5 years from now, Madam Speaker. In fact, 4 years, because we are at the end of 2023. And it was determined that the only way that this pension fund could be saved was to increase contributions. Government, realizing that, Madam Speaker, has started 1% contributions increase by government as an employer for the past 2 years, and will continue to go from the 3% to 6%. It was also determined that, Madam Speaker, that the employees' contributions should go from 3% to 4% And that will start in January of 2024, a 1% increase in the public service contribution rate, Madam Speaker. And so these amendments here presented today is just to make sure that this is captured. So in clause 2, it talks about principal act amended by deleting 3% and substituting 4%. And that would be for the employees of the public service, Madam Speaker. In clause 3, which is an amendment to section 32, this adds the number 1 at the beginning of the section and adding the following subsection 2. For the purposes of this section, the term government includes all government agencies. And that, Madam Speaker, the goal is that the government as an employer will end up contributing 6% to the pension fund, and employees will contribute 4% of their salaries to the pension fund in an effort, Madam Speaker, to make sure that the fund is viable. We do know, Madam Speaker, that several other steps will have to be taken, but those will come later on as recommended in the actuarial report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now invite debate on the merits and principles of the Pensions Amendment Act 2023. Floor is open for contributions. The Honorable Member for Valley North is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this adjustment, but I would like to, for the interest of the public, Madam Speaker, to explain a few things as it relates to the pension fund. Unlike Social Security, Madam Speaker, the pension fund for the Anguilla Public Service is slightly different. One, there are no social aspects associated with it, so you won't see the pension fund giving out contributions to social activities or anything related to such. The board of the pension fund is clearly outlined in terms of who sits on the board. Quite a number of those positions are held by public servants, the director of the Anguilla Social Security Board, so it's prescribed. Additionally, the pension fund over the past few years has been well managed by a team that has been dedicated to doing so. The Premier is correct in that the actuarial review did indicate that by 2028, the fund will be unsustainable, and that is the case with many other funds, Madam Speaker, based on one, whether persons are retiring early, based on how many persons are added to the civil service, the levels that they are at, and payments that have to be paid out. In addition to that, Madam Speaker, it's also important to note that this actual review would have been done a couple of years ago. So this isn't something that's just now happening. And pension has already started to take steps to be able to remedy some of these things. They have the loans that they advertise that bring in the interest revenue as well. That wasn't necessarily happening in the past or as much prior to the actual review. So the pension department itself, Madam Speaker, has been operating, in my estimation, quite well. I would have had a number of interactions with the department while I was still in the civil service, both for myself but also for members of my team, people who were resigning, people who needed some assistance in terms of working out calculations in terms of their pension benefits and things along those lines. So I don't want persons to leave with the impression that the fund wasn't being managed properly. But I think overall, it is to a point now where there are certain steps that need to be taken, as the Premier indicated, to be able to make sure that the fund is sustainable in time to come. And I do note that the government of Anguilla did make steps prior to now to increase their contribution, and that was I think either a year or two ago, where they contributed an additional 1%. And so now the question is being asked of civil servants to contribute an additional 1%. And yes, it is a sacrifice that is being made, but it is to ensure that overall the fund is sustainable. And the fund, again, I must put on record that all contributions of the fund go directly back to the civil servant. So it doesn't have the social aspect where a percentage of the fund goes to social elements in Anguilla. This fund is purely contributory from the civil servants and the related statutory bodies, and it goes right back out to paying whether gratuities and pensions when the time comes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other contributions? If there are no other contributions, I invite the mover to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Valley North for support, and the other members for supporting this measure. It is the intent is to preserve the pensions fund. The member did mention that some public servants do get loans from this fund, and I think that has proven to be helpful, because at the reasonable interest rate, public servants have been able to borrow from the fund to support their needs, Madam Speaker. And those needs can become significant, especially since the public service has not seen any adjustments in the salaries upward, since 2008. So I thank the member, and I thank all members, and hope that we can get full approval of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member, and thank you, Member for Valley North, for your contribution. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Pensions Amendment Act 2023 be now read a second time. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
An act to amend the Pensions Act to provide for the sustainability of the pension fund by increasing the rate of contributions made by public servants and staff of government agencies to the pension fund.
Under Rule 45 of the House of Assembly Rules of Procedure 2021, the bill now stands referred to a committee of the whole Assembly to be considered clause by clause. Assembly in committee.
Clauses 1 through 4.
I put the question that clauses 1 through 4 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it.
The title and the enacting clause.
I put the question that the title and the enacting clause do stand part of the bill. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The Assembly will now resume its sitting.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the bill shortly entitled A Bill for Pensions Amendment Act 2023 has passed through committee without amendments and is ready for its third reading.
A Bill for Pensions Amendment Act 2023, third reading.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Pensions Amendment Act 2023 be read a third time and passed.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled Pensions Amendments Act 2023 be now read a third time. Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
An act to amend the Pensions Act to provide for the sustainability of the pension fund by increasing the rate of contributions made by public servants and staff of government agencies to the pension fund.
Bill read a third time and passed.
A bill for Allowances, Temporary Reduction Act 2023, second reading.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Allowances, Temporary Reduction Act 2023 have its second reading.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Member. Madam Speaker, the Allowances Temporary Reduction Act 2023 is essentially to reverse the cuts to the public service salaries that was done in 2009. You would remember, Madam Speaker, that earlier this year we passed the Public Service Salaries Temporary Reduction Act 2013, the amendments which allowed the second cuts to the public service salaries, which was done in 2010, that those were reversed retroactive to January 1st of 2023. This, Madam Speaker, is to allow reversal of the first cuts which are done in 2009. And Madam Speaker, as is noted, this applies to the public service except for legislators and members of the House, including you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry. Madam Speaker, we do know, as I mentioned earlier, that public service has not seen raises since 2008, and multiple cuts were sustained. And so this is an effort to reverse those cuts so that, Madam Speaker, in 2024, there can be a full review of public servant salaries and grades. And there's a consultant who will be performing that role. And this will be looked at in terms of cost of living. And also, Madam Speaker, this will allow for increments and progressions, performance review, so that public servants who work hard, who have committed themselves into the service of this country, can be appropriately compensated, but also, Madam Speaker, that those who don't take it as seriously will, not be just automatically compensated if there are bonuses, ex gratia payments, etc. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. A bill for Allowances Temporary Reduction Act 2023 has been moved and seconded. The floor is now open for contributions based on the merits and principles of this bill. The member for Valley South is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which removes a lot of the cuts that civil servants would have faced from 2009 and 2010 to their salaries. Madam Speaker, in my short period of time as a minister for one of the largest cohorts of public servants in the public service, relating to teachers, social workers, foster carers, in the place of safety. I have seen the tremendous work that our civil servants put in developing a caring, conscientious environment for young people and for the future of this island. And on the same hand, I've witnessed the abuse that they faced. I have seen the burnout of our teachers from 2017 with Hurricane Irma to COVID, having to return to work, continue working in the home environment, continue working in the school environment, irrespective of the challenges faced by themselves personally or otherwise, and acknowledging that they're already, Madam Speaker, severely underpaid. I said in this House 2 years ago, Madam Speaker, and I don't know if you recall, that I believe that teachers should be among the highest paid persons in our land. And part of the reason why I share that sentiment is because we want to have the ability not only to keep our best teachers within our systems, but also to attract the best persons within our education system. So when you think or consider someone like an Island Scholar, someone who has done exceptionally well through their educational journeys and their efforts, or they're able to implement new ideas and solutions creatively within the classroom, those persons are the ones we want to keep within our classrooms, within that relationship of teacher and student. But a main challenge to us being able to achieve this, Madam Speaker, has been the fact that the salaries and the personal emoluments that accrue to our teachers are insufficient to attract those persons within the service. And that's a reality. While it is a reality around the Caribbean, Madam Speaker, this administration still takes the perspective that it is important for us to adjust those inequities. And as much as I know, Madam Speaker, because we've heard persons on different platforms speak to and vilify public servants to a large extent, and many of them would be speaking to their personal experiences. And while I cannot discount those experiences, I also know that there are public servants who work hard, who are dedicated to their jobs, who give of their time, their efforts, and their resources without complaint. I know, Madam Speaker, of teachers who give of their time, their effort, and their resources. The children are in their houses. They spend the same salaries that we are giving them to buy resources for those students in the classroom. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I take this as a very important step, and I am privileged to be part of an administration that had the foresight, the vision, and the fortitude to see the reinstitution of those salaries. And I say that again, Madam Speaker, because we also acknowledge, and we have to acknowledge, that while we are subject to inflationary pressures in Anguilla, and we've seen a number of them from the war in Ukraine to COVID-19 instability, to supply and demand instability across the globe, the reality is that inflation has been happening in Anguilla for a very long time. And despite this inflation, since 2008, persons working within the public service, their salaries have never reflected the inflationary pressures that we face here in Anguilla. And so the Honorable Premier in early 2023 indicated his desire to see increments reinstituted in Anguilla, to be able to track the progress, the proficiency, and the efficiency of civil servants, but also to see equitable measures being reintroduced within the public service. And those equitable measures, Madam Speaker, as the Premier would have stated, do not stand on their own. Of course, they are linked to key performance indicators, to assessments, to ensure that the value that the public demands of the public service is actually being achieved. And you will see, and you would have seen from the Premier's budget address a few days ago, that we are also going to be investing in a public salaries comprehensive review that will tie into those assessments needed to ensure not only that civil servant salaries are reflective of the times and their roles and their job descriptions, but also that they're reflective of their performance. So, Madam Speaker, as I said, I've seen the need. I see the need. And we continue to advocate for this being a reality. And I hope that the public servants who, for decades now, have been crying out for some measure of reprieve will see that the Anguilla Progressive Movement is serious about addressing the historic systemic inequalities within the public service. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The member for Sandy Hill, I had seen your hand earlier. Drawn. So the Single Island Wide Electoral District Member, Mr. Kenneth Hodges, recognized.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning to the Honorable House members. Madam Speaker, I listened intently to the words from my honorable colleague, and it struck a chord in me, Madam Speaker, it struck a nerve, because, Madam Speaker, for some 13 years of my public service life, I served as a teacher, Madam Speaker, and I can identify with everything the minister said, the sacrifices that we made as teachers, Madam Speaker. Not only teaching in the classroom in the day, the length of preparation in the evening hours, weekend classes, classes after school in the afternoons, Madam Speaker, classes during the lunch hour, Madam Speaker, classes during public holidays. So, Madam Speaker, I can attest to the sacrifices that teachers have made over the years and continue to make in the furtherance of the education of our nation's children. And I support this endeavor. Madam Speaker, in the terms of the wider public service, Madam Speaker, again, the sacrifices that have been made over the years, Madam Speaker, when salaries were reduced on 2 occasions, Madam Speaker, the cost of living did not go down. You know, and so I have seen the suffering of civil servants over the years. Madam Speaker, I can recall after Hurricane Irma, when so many buildings were damaged, and we had to come out and to clear the rubble, chop down the fallen trees, Madam Speaker, while at the same time trying to get our own homes back to order. And even during the pandemic, when everything was shut down, Madam Speaker, and I saw the public servants having to carry the strain, the load of the depressed economy, keeping life alive in Anguilla, so to speak. So, Madam Speaker, as a former civil servant, I will stand to be an advocate in the gap for improvement of better conditions for civil servants. This is my pledge, and as long as I sit in this honorable house and sit as a member of this progressive administration, Madam Speaker, rest assured we will continue to do all that we can to improve the lot of our civil servants. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any other contributions to this bill? If there are no other contributions, I invite the mover to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members, for your interventions. And certainly, Madam Speaker, I thank the House for allowing this bill for Allowances Temporary Reduction Act 2023 to allow the reversal of the cuts in public service salaries that was done in 2009. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member, and thanks to all members for their contributions. It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled "A Bill for Allowances Temporary Reduction Act 2023" be read a second time. Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
An act to provide for the temporary reduction of certain allowances paid out of the consolidated fund.
Under Rule 45 of the House of Assembly Rules of Procedure 2021, the bill now stands referred to a committee of the whole Assembly to be considered clause by clause. Assembly in committee.
Clauses 1 through 9.
I put the question that clauses 1 through 9 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Schedule 1.
I put the question that Schedule 1 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Schedule 2.
I put the question that Schedule 2 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
The title and the enacting clause.
I put the question that the title and the enacting clause do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The Assembly will now resume its sitting.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, I beg to move that I beg to report that the bill entitled "A Bill for Allowances Temporary Reduction Act 2023" had passed through committee without amendments and is ready for its third reading.
A Bill for Allowances Temporary Reduction Act 2023, third reading.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled "A Bill for Allowances Temporary Reduction Act 2023" be read a third time and passed.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled Allowances Temporary Reduction Act 2023 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
An act to provide for the temporary reduction of certain allowances paid out of the consolidated fund.
Bill read a third time and passed.
A Bill for Appropriation 2024 Act 2023, second reading.
The member is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill for Appropriation 2024 Act
Members, I was thinking that the appropriations bill will have the largest debate. So I was wondering if you want to shuffle the agenda a bit, just to adjust it and put that last and the other bills first. It's up to you, the floor.
Yes.
Yes? So I will formally put the question that the agenda be amended to read the Bill for Appropriation 2024 Act 2023 last. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. So a Bill for Appropriation 2024 Act 2023 will be read last on the agenda. The agenda is adjusted. Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Kelly stepped up. A bill for Bail Amendment Act 2023, first reading.
Member for Island Harbor is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the absence of the Attorney General, I beg to move that a bill, seems like I lost mine, but a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Bail Amendment Act 2023 be read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Bail Amendment Act 2023 be read a first time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a first time.
An act to amend the Bail Act to permit a surety to apply to the High Court for release from obligations under a recognizance.
Bill read a first time.
A bill for Electronic Evidence Act 2023, first reading.
Again, Madam Speaker, in the excused absence of the Attorney General, I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Electronic Evidence Act 2023 be read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Electronic Evidence Act 2023 be read a first time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a first time.
An act to make provision for the legal recognition of electronic records and to facilitate the admission of such records into legal proceedings and other related matters.
A Bill for Electronic Evidence Act 2023 read a first time.
A bill for Evidence Act 2023, first reading.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Evidence Act 2023 be read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Evidence Act 2023 be read a first time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a first time.
An act to further define the law of evidence.
A Bill for Evidence Act 2023 read a first time.
A bill for Criminal Amendment Code 2023, first reading.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Criminal Amendment Code 2023 be read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Criminal Amendment Code 2023 be read a first time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a first time.
An act to amend the Criminal Act to provide for the imposition of a mandatory minimum term of imprisonment for firearms-related offenses.
A Bill for Criminal Amendment Code 2023 read a first time.
A bill for Firearms Amendment Act 2023, first reading.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Firearms Amendment Act 2023 have its first reading.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Firearms Amendment Act 2023 be read a first time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a first time.
An act to amend the Firearms Act to provide for the imposition of a minimum term for specified firearms offenses.
A Bill for Firearms Amendment Act 2023 read a first time.
A bill for Alien Landholding Regulation, Temporary Provisions Act 2023, first reading.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Alien Landholding Regulation, Temporary Provisions Act 2023 be read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Aliens Landholding Regulation, Temporary Provisions Act 2023 be read a first time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a first time.
An act to create a temporary stamp duty for the period 1st January 2024 to 31st December 2026 in relation to land acquired by aliens.
A Bill for Aliens Landholding Regulation, Temporary Provisions Act 2023 read a first time.
A bill for Aliens Landholding Regulation, Temporary Provisions Act 2023, second reading.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Alien Landholding Regulation, Temporary Provisions Act 2023 be read a second time. Second.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
The bill itself has a different name from what is on my agenda. Correct.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill, the Aliens Landholding Regulation Temporary Provisions Act 2023, is to allow continuance of the reduction in the alien landholding license fee, and this expires in December the 31st, 2023, and this is to ask for the extension. Madam Speaker, back in 2018, it was determined that alien landholding license fees of 12.5% was hampering the sale of lands and properties in Anguilla. We must understand that the Banking Resolution Act in 2016 would have left many properties with the receiver and also the newly formed NCBA, National Commercial Bank of Anguilla, which was a bridge bank, Madam Speaker. It was the expectation that some of these properties which were collateral for loans, especially these non-performing loans, which at that time was 49.6% of the assets, it was determined that it may be an incentive to allow the alien landholding license fees to reduce from 12.5% to 5%, Madam Speaker, for properties or land that had buildings on it, and 6.5% for vacant land, Madam Speaker. When this administration came in 2020, we determined that when those provisions expired, that we should extend, and that was until December 31 of 2023. And we're now here, Madam Speaker, given that there has been some uptick in land and property sales, and it seems that this has been an incentive, we would like to continue that until December 31 of 2026, Madam Speaker. And so the reason why we're asking for the 1, 2, and 3 readings to be done in one day, Madam Speaker, is that this expires on the 31st of December of this year, and we are hoping not to have to return to this honorable house after Christmas, Madam Speaker, although if the member for Road South has his way, we'll be here until February. So, Madam Speaker, I'm asking for the permission of this House to do the 3 readings in one day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I now invite debate on the merits and principles of a bill for Aliens Landholding Regulation Temporary Provisions Act 2023. The floor is open for contributions to this bill. The Honourable Member for Valley North is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd firstly like to put on record how uncomfortable I am with bills such as these coming to the House for 3 readings on the same day. I would imagine that the powers that be knew that these regulations the acts would be expiring at the end of the year, and it would have been important for them to get this information to us earlier, because this was communicated to us on Monday afternoon. The Parent Act was also not provided so that we could properly review the suggested act, as well as do any necessary public consultation of our own, or get any additional research or feedback from specific individuals who may have the information that can help us to inform our positions on these matters. I also want to indicate that I can fully appreciate that this would encourage an uptick in individuals from overseas acquiring property and land here. But this also obviously encourages the vacant land that is available in Anguilla to be purchased by individuals overseas. Obviously, we know that a lot of individuals overseas have more earning and purchasing power than a lot of our local Anguillians, and that would naturally put some local Anguillians at a disadvantage, especially for smaller properties, Madam Speaker. So I just wanted to put that on record. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. The Single Island Wide Electoral District Member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge, is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I wish to speak on this topic, but it forms part of my presentation on the budget debate, and so I will reserve my comments until such time, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. The Honorable Member for Road South is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have often said during the life of this administration that if an idea is a good idea, regardless of who presents the idea, whether it be the Anguilla National Alliance, the Anguilla People's Party, the Anguilla United Movement, or the Anguilla United Front, so long as it's a good idea, you should not deviate from that good idea. Because for far too long in our political life, in our political history, Madam Speaker, we have had administrations come into office, and just because the idea was the idea of a former administration, a former politician that we may not have liked, we have discarded the idea for other ideas that may not be good. And I want to place on record, Madam Speaker, that this idea, this reduction, this Temporary Reduction Act is the idea of the Anguilla United Front, Madam Speaker. And sitting across the aisle, we have at least 3 members of the Anguilla United Front who are members of Parliament when this first came to the House for the Temporary Reduction Act. And those are namely the member for Sandy Hill, the member for West End, and the Single Island Wide member, Mr. Joseph Van der Poel. 3 of the 5, Madam Speaker, came to this Honorable House with the very same act. The only differences are the dates. So we have all of us, with the exception of 2 members, the member for Valley North, and, only 1 member, the member for Valley North, would have not been in Parliament when this act was discussed and debated in this House, because the other member of the United Front administration, Madam Speaker, United Front Party, Madam Speaker, the Single Island member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, would have also been in this Parliament when this administration also extended this Temporary Reduction Act. So it is safe to say, save for 1 member in this House, every member of this Parliament have come to this House and supported and voted yea in this particular on this particular amendment, Madam Speaker. So I just want to place on record that while it is usually you should not have 3 sittings or 3 readings done in the same day, the familiarity not only of the members of Parliament, save 1, but the general public as it relates to this temporary reduction, in particular the real estate agents, both local, and would have been pressing and pushing to ensure that this occurs, because there was a wrestling of whether or not it should be extended. But because those who work in the sector, Madam Speaker, and we know we just recently opened a very brand new real estate agency down there in South Hill, Madam Speaker, and Road South and Heavily Real Estate, Mr. Arjen Joseph, Madam Speaker. We know that they are looking forward to a unanimous position as it relates to this, and I see no reason why we won't have the same, because as I said before, every member of this Honorable House, with the exception of 1, have voted in support of this motion, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any other contributions? Thank you, members. And just for the record, based on the fact that it was an extension and there were no amendments to the legislation, I allowed I gave consent for the third reading for this to be placed on the agenda for the extension. And also, just for the record, the parent bill can be found online, and many other bills are placed online. It should be, we usually send parent bills if there are amendments, but because there was an extension, this hadn't been sent. But for new members, I would recommend to the House that we do send copies of the parent bill. Thank you, members. I invite the mover to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks to those who made interventions. And certainly, Madam Speaker, we do try to not burden the House with 3 readings on the same day. In this case, given the that the time is drawing nigh when this would expire, and also being conscious of the hard work of the Director of Lands, Madam Speaker, who is present in the gallery. And I thank him for all the work that he has done throughout this year, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if he made 1% of the monies that he's responsible for bringing into the treasury of Anguilla, he wouldn't have to work anymore for the rest of his life. So for a diligent public servant, Madam Speaker, and for the times that, time that he has had to put in, and certainly he is available 24/7, Madam Speaker, so, for the new members, we can post his phone number, but certainly don't call him after regular hours, but he certainly calls me sometimes midnight when he's still burning the midnight oil, Madam Speaker. So I want to commend him and thank him for his diligent service. Certainly a patriot, Madam Speaker. But certainly want to say that we have seen the benefits of this, Madam Speaker, and there are several properties that have been sold, that some have come into disrepair after Hurricane Irma, some that were in distress otherwise, and we want to ensure that incentive continues. And so I thank the members of the House for contemplating this and considering your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled, "A Bill for Aliens Landholding Regulation Temporary Provisions Act 2023" be now read a second time. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
An act to create a temporary stamp duty for the period 1st January 2024 to 31st December 2026 in relation to land acquired by aliens.
Under Rule 45 of the House of Assembly Rules of Procedure 2021, the bill now stands referred to a committee of the whole Assembly to be considered clause by clause. Assembly in committee.
Clauses 1 through 8.
I put the question that clauses 1 through 8 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
The title and the enacting clause.
I put the question that the title and the enacting clause do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The Assembly will now resume its sitting.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the bill shortly entitled, A Bill for Aliens Landholding Regulation, Temporary Provisions Act 2023, has passed through committee without amendments and is ready for its third reading.
A bill for Aliens Landholding Regulation, Temporary Provisions Act 2023, third reading.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the rules, which Rule 44, be suspended to allow the bill to have its third reading.
Under Rule 36 of the Rules of Procedure, I consent to the proposing of this motion. Can someone second?
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that the rules of procedure of the Assembly be suspended to allow the bill entitled A Bill for Aliens Landholding Regulation, Temporary Provisions Act 2023 to be read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Rule 44 of the Rules of Procedure is now suspended.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members of the House. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled, A Bill for Alien Landholding Regulation, Temporary Provisions Act 2023 be read a third time and passed.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Aliens Landholding Regulation Temporary Provisions Act 2023 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
An act to create a temporary stamp duty for the period 1st January 2024 to 31st December 2026 in relation to land acquired by aliens.
Bill read a third time and passed.
A bill for Stamp Temporary Provisions Act 2023, first reading.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled, A Bill for Stamp Temporary Provisions Act 2023 be read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled, A Bill for Stamp Temporary Provisions Act 2023 be read a first time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a first time.
An act to create a temporary stamp duty for the period 1st January 2024 to 31st December 2026.
A Bill for Stamp Temporary Provisions Act 2023 read a first time.
A bill for Stamp Temporary Provisions Act 2023, second reading.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled, A Bill for Stamp Temporary Provisions Act 2023 be read a second time.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
Thank you, Member. Madam Speaker, similar to the previous bill, this was to incur this extension from the 1st of January 2024 to the 31st of December 2026 is to continue the incentives for Anguillians to buy property, Madam Speaker. And this only applies to Anguillians, the reduction in the stamp duty of 5% to 2.5%, Madam Speaker. So aliens buying land would still have to pay the 5% stamp duty, along with, as we just saw in the previous act, if it's vacant property would be an additional 6.25%, and if the property has a building on it, 5%. So, Madam Speaker, this is to continue that reduction, which was started in 2018, of Anguillians paying stamp duty of 2.5% of the value of property which is being sold. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. A bill for Stamp Temporary Provisions Act 2023 has been moved and seconded. The floor is now open for contributions to this bill. The Honorable Single Island Wide Electoral District Member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge, is recognized.
Madam Speaker, again, I rise to indicate that I'll be speaking more on this in my debate on the budget, and so I reserve my comments for that time.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any other contributions to this bill? If there are no other contributions, I invite the mover to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good to see that the whole House is in support of this measure, Madam Speaker, and certainly this would also apply to lands being sold, but we do know that for lands transferred among family members, specific parents and children, that's a 1% stamp duty. So didn't want to think that people will be misconstrued that we have raised that duty, which has been there for a long, long time. So again, Madam Speaker, just confirming that this allows the stamp duty to be decreased from 5% to 2.5% for Anguillians, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Stamp Temporary Provisions Act 2023 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
An act to create a temporary stamp duty for the period 1st January 2024 to 31st January 2026.
Under Rule 45 of the House of Assembly Rules of Procedure 2021, the bill now stands referred to a committee of the whole Assembly to be considered clause by clause. Assembly in committee.
Clauses 1 through 4.
I put the question that clauses 1 to 4 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title and the enacting clause.
I put the question that the title and the enacting clause do stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The Assembly will now resume its sitting.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the bill shortly entitled A Bill for Stamp Temporary Provisions Act 2023 has passed through committee without amendment and is ready for its third reading.
A Bill for Stamp Temporary Provisions Act 2023, third reading.
Madam Speaker, I beg that beg to move that Rule 44 be suspended to allow third reading of this bill.
Under Rule 36 of the Rules of Procedure, I consent to the proposing of this motion. Second.
Madam Speaker, I raise a second.
It has been moved and seconded that the rules of procedure of the Assembly be suspended to allow the bill entitled A Bill for Stamp Temporary Provisions Act 2023 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Rule 44 of the Rules of Procedure is now suspended.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled, "A Bill for Stamped Temporary Provisions Act 2023" be read a third time and passed.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled, "A Bill for Stamped Temporary Provisions Act 2023" be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
An act to create a temporary stamp duty for the period 1st January 2024 to 31st December 2026.
Bill read a third time and passed.
A bill for Child Protection Amendment Act 2023, first reading.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled "A Bill for Child Protection Amendment Act 2023" be read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled, "A Bill for Child Protection Amendment Act 2023" be read a first time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a first time.
An act to expand the definition of court to include magistrates' court and other related matters.
A Bill for Child Protection Amendment Act 2023 read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled "A Bill for Child Protection Amendment Act 2023" be read a second time.
Madam Speaker, I second.
Madam Speaker, I'd also beg that Rule 44 is suspended to allow for the progression of this. Okay. Madam Speaker, this amendment for the Child Protection Act is to expand the definition of court to include magistrates' court and other related matters. This is in relation to deleting the phrase "family division" from the definition of court and substituting the phrase "magistrates' court." These changes, Madam Speaker, are necessary in order to allow for the relevant jurisdiction of the court to hear matters relating to child protection issues. As may be noted, Anguilla currently does not have a family division court, and therefore this particular piece of legislation was this particular provision was making the hearing of child protection matters quite difficult. And therefore, we beg the leave of the House of Assembly to ensure that this amendment is made so as to speed up and expedite the hearing of matters relating to child protection issues in Anguilla. And with that said, I'd like to beg for Rule 44 to be suspended.
We'll get there. A Bill for Child Protection Amendment Act 2023 has been moved and seconded. The floor is now open for contributions to this bill. The Single Island Wide Electoral District Member, Mr. Joseph Antipole, is recognized.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning to all members and to those listening. I simply rise to say I'm in support of the Minister and what she presented, Madam Speaker, just for the record.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Any other contributions? Since there are no other contributions, I invite the mover to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the Single Island Royal Electoral Member for his support of this motion. Of course, Madam Speaker, we are hoping, and my anxiousness in asking you to suspend the rule is that we We want to ensure that we can deal with the matters relating to child protection without any undue delay. As you know, delay, especially in cases with children, does severely alter whether or not justice is actually seen to be given. And we wish to ensure that any procedural irregularities are, are addressed so that we can move forward with these cases. So thank you to the House for its support in this matter.
Thank you, Honourable Member. It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Child Protection Amendment Act 2023 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
An act to expand the definition of court to include magistrates' court and other related matters.
Under Rule 45 of the House of Assembly Rules of Procedure 2021, the bill now stands referred to a committee of the whole Assembly to be considered clause by clause. Assembly in committee.
Clauses 1 and 2.
I put the question that clauses 1 and 2 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title and the enacting clause.
I put the question that the title and the enacting clause do stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The Assembly will now resume its sitting.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the bill shortly entitled A Bill for Child Protection Amendment Act 2023 has passed through committee without amendment and is ready for its third reading.
A Bill for Child Protection Amendment Act 2023, third reading.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled Child Protection Amendment Act 2023 be read. I request that the time. I request that the Rule 44 be suspended for the reading of this bill.
Under Rule 36 of the Rules of Procedure, I consent to the proposing of this motion.
Madam Speaker, I raise a second.
It has been moved and seconded that the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly be suspended to allow the bill entitled A Bill for Child Protection Amendment Act 2023 to be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Rule 44 of the Rules of Procedure is now suspended.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled A Bill for Child Protection Amendment Act 2023 be read a third time and passed.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill entitled A Bill for Child Protection Amendment Act 2023 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
An act to expand the definition of court to include magistrates' court and other related matters.
A Bill for Child Protection Amendment Act 2023 read a third time and passed.
A Bill for Appropriation 2024 Act 2023, second reading.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Appropriation 2024 Act 2023 be read a second time.
Madam Speaker, I rise a second.
Now, seeing that this is the biggest exercise of the Parliament, I know this will be the biggest debate also. So I am proposing to set a time limit for members. I know that the address given by the member for Island Harbor and the Minister of Finance, Premier, lasted about 2.5 hours. So I am proposing a time limit of 2 hours for each member. I beg leave of the Assembly. Is that acceptable by all? Members? Silence? Consent? Okay, so that acceptable by the Leader of Opposition? Yes? No, not if 2 hours would be fine. So the member for Valley South needs 2.5 hours. Can speak for herself, I imagine. 2.5. So you're proposing 2.5 for everyone? That's fine for everyone, 2.5? Okay, so there's a time limit set of 2.5 hours. Those in favor, say aye. If you speak for 15 minutes, no yielding of the rest of your time. I think that's more than enough time to speak. Yes? So 2.5 hours is allotted to each member. Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it, 2.5 hours for each member for debate. The floor is now open for contributions. The Single Island-wide Electoral District Member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge, is recognized.
Madam Speaker, as the opening bat, I am conscious of the time, but Madam Speaker, I am also conscious that I have a lot to say, and I want to make sure that I'm very articulate today, that what I have to say is clearly understood. So, Madam Speaker, please allow me to express my thanks and appreciation to you for the opportunity to make my contribution to the debate on the 2024 budget. As I do so, Madam Speaker, please let me say how honored I am to be part of a government that not only promised change, but continues to actively deliver the change that could not wait. Madam Speaker, I feel a sense of resolve and obligation this morning to offer my thanks and gratitude to Almighty God for bringing me thus far and sustaining me even when the road seemed rocky and unsure. Madam Speaker, I wish to extend to my dear wife, Marilyn, our children, my father, and indeed my entire family, thanks for their rock-solid support. Madam Speaker, to our Premier, Dr. Ellis Lorenzo Webster, thank you for your sterling leadership so far. As Franklin Roosevelt once said, a smooth sea never makes a good sailor, Madam Speaker. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, our seas have been very rough since 2020. Very, very rough. And to the entire APM team, I wish to say thank you for the confidence reposed in me. Let us sail on. And to you, my fellow Anguillians, thank you for your love, your support, your trust, and your understanding and commitment to this APM administration. We will continue to serve you. We have your best interests at heart. Madam Speaker, you'll recall that during the first sitting of this Assembly on Friday, July 17th, 2020, I made a number of observations. Number one, that Anguilla's best days were still ahead of her. Anguilla will rise again. And two, that for me it was an absolute honor and privilege to be part of a team that would chart the course and lead the charge for this leg of Anguilla's journey. It cannot be business any longer, the same old, same old. Madam Speaker, to be clear, when the people elect a government, they expect that government to create sound policies and initiatives that grow the economy, an economy which can withstand strong external pressures. Madam Speaker, in our case, those external pressures have been many. The global financial crisis in 2008, the banking crisis, and the resulting banking resolution in 2016 that will cost the government approximately $348 million in debt, Hurricane Irma in 2017, which resulted in damage and losses equating to 100% of GDP. The COVID-19 pandemic, which continues to affect our fragile economy and economies around the region and the world, the war in Ukraine, and the unrest in the Middle East. Madam Speaker, please allow me to jog your memory once again. Upon coming to office, this APM administration determined the fragile financial and economic position of Anguilla and set about to ensure fiscal prudence, instituting a culture of discipline to curb spending, decrease contingent liabilities, and ensure transparency, accountability, and good governance. So, Madam Speaker, just imagine what would have happened if this had taken place in 2015 by the former administration, many of whom sit across the aisle. But the record will show, Madam Speaker, that that did not happen. Further, imagine, Madam Speaker, in 2015, what would have happened if we had a government that engaged in a program of aggressive policymaking instead of deferred policymaking? But the record will show, Madam Speaker, that did not happen. Madam Speaker, just imagine with me, in 2015, what would have happened if we had had a government that took the task of financial responsibility seriously, that managed the monies and assets and other resources of this country in a way that was considered prudent and in the best interests of the people of this country, and incidentally, that does include maintaining sensible reserves, 3 months worth, if my memory is correct. But the record will show, Madam Speaker, that did not happen. Madam Speaker, just imagine again what would have happened in 2015 if the previous administration had demonstrated its skill at financial tasks and money management and cultivated that mindset which made it possible to look beyond the needs of the present to provide for the needs of future generations, and not instead plunge us into unsustainable debt for generations to come. But the record will show, Madam Speaker, that did not happen. Madam Speaker, I would have briefly outlined to you what could have and should have happened in 2015 to 2020, but as we all know, that did not happen. So the question we must ask today, Madam Speaker, in this Honorable House, as we look forward to the dawn and promise of a new year, is what did happen or what is happening? So, Madam Speaker, I pose these questions to this Honorable House today. So what is happening, Madam Speaker? Anguilla's blueprint, harnessing technology, empowering tomorrow's leaders, and building the future, a theme encapsulating this APM administration's drive towards integrating technology into the fabric of our society, our commitment to nurturing and empowering our young minds who will lead us into tomorrow, and our firm resolve to build sustainable infrastructures that will serve as pillars of our future prosperity. That is what is happening, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, let me pause here to commend our Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance, Dr. Ellis Lorenzo Webster, for his excellent and sterling presentation of the budget speech last Friday. Many, many persons have spoken of the hope and promise of the exciting future outlined in the budget presentation. So, Madam Speaker, I ask again, so what is happening? Significant levels of investment in physical infrastructure, natural resources, that's the blue and green economy, education, sports, tourism, health, and social development. And Madam Speaker, I know the respective ministers will be speaking in detail on these, and I don't want to steal their thunder, but Madam Speaker, I felt obliged to take just a little snippet of this to mention today. That is what's happening, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what is happening? A bold step towards economic justice through the establishment of a national minimum wage, which takes effect at the beginning of the new year. And I'll speak more in detail about this later in my presentation. That is what is happening, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what is happening? The enactment of new work permit regulations laying the foundation for a fair and equitable workplace. And I will speak more in detail on this, Madam Speaker, later in my presentation. Madam Speaker, what is happening? Unparalleled growth in the construction sector. And I will elaborate on this a bit later, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what is happening? Finally being able to chart our own course, using our own money, making our own decisions, and not having to go cap in hand to beg. Although, let me be clear, Madam Speaker, we are still a long way from being financially independent, but we are getting there, Madam Speaker. This 2024 budget clearly demonstrates this. So, Madam Speaker, this is what is happening. What is happening, Madam Speaker? Allocation of substantial resources to strengthen our police force in the areas of increased manpower, technology, and training and development, Madam Speaker. This is what is happening, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, deployment of advanced CCTV, that is closed-circuit television, across key locations in Anguilla. This is what is happening, Madam Speaker, in Anguilla. And yes, Madam Speaker, I have to stop at this point because I could be here for the rest of the day just outlining what is happening, Madam Speaker. Everyone can see what is happening, and everyone knows what is happening. Even the blind can see, and the deaf can hear, Madam Speaker. Yes, this APM administration continues to actively deliver the change that could not wait. And Anguilla reimagined that we promised the people and that we have been delivering on from day one, and not a year before elections, Madam Speaker. Visible, tangible results. Madam Speaker, before I speak in some detail about some of the areas that fall under my remit, I just want to speak briefly on something that happened last week. Madam Speaker, on my way home, following the budget presentation, I had occasion to stop by a business establishment. And as so often is the case, a member of the public engaged me in conversation. And that member of the public was making the point, what is this government going to do about GST? The prices in the shop are killing us. And Madam Speaker, I took a few minutes to explain to that member of the public about the various items that were zero-rated and exempt, Madam Speaker. And she understood. But Madam Speaker, I want to take a few minutes in this honorable House this morning, Madam Speaker, to take this document, which is entitled The Approval of the Goods and Services Tax Regulations 2022, which was passed by resolution of this House on the 27th of May 2022, Madam Speaker, and incidentally for the record, which no member of the opposition supported, Madam Speaker. No member of the opposition supported. And I want to talk for a few minutes about Schedule 1, which speaks to zero-rated goods and services. And Madam Speaker, when I speak about zero-rated, I go to the white paper on the goods and services tax, Madam Speaker. Yes, the white paper was May 2020. May 8, 2020, Madam Speaker. And it speaks about zero-rated supplies, which are goods and services that are taxable, but at the rate of 0%. Even though a 0% rate is charged on supplies to the consumer, a GST registrant is allowed to claim input tax credits on inputs used in making the zero-rated supplies. Zero rates are intended for the benefit of the final consumer. It is important to know that only goods and services will be zero-rated, not businesses or individuals. Madam Speaker, please permit me to highlight from the Goods and Services Regulation, Madam Speaker, those goods and services that are zero-rated. Because I think, Madam Speaker, we have a lot of misinformation that is deliberately spread in this country, Madam Speaker, that is designed to prey on persons' vulnerabilities, sometimes persons' lack of understanding, the fact that some persons may not have access to information. And in Anguilla, unfortunately, sometimes what you hear on the social media gossip platforms becomes fact. So Schedule 1, Madam Speaker. 1, a supply of goods where the supplier enters the goods for export pursuant to Section 34 of the Customs Act, and the goods are exported from Anguilla to a destination country outside Anguilla by the supplier. A supply of goods where the comptroller is satisfied that the goods have been exported from Anguilla by the supplier without having been used in Anguilla after the supply was entered, except as is necessary for an incidental to the export of the goods. 3, a supply of goods where the goods are not located in Anguilla at the time of supply and are not to be entered into Anguilla for home consumption pursuant to the provisions of the Customs Act by the supplier of the goods. 4, a supply of services directly in connection with land or any improvement to the land located outside Anguilla. 5, a supply of services directly in respect of A, personal property located outside Anguilla at the time the services are rendered. B, goods temporarily imported into Anguilla under the special regime for temporary imports specified in the Customs Act. And C, a supply of goods referred to in paragraphs A or B as exported from Anguilla. 6, a supply of services A, by the Anguilla A and C Ports Authority to a ship, or B, by the Anguilla A and C Ports Authority to an unregistered non-resident who is the owner-operator of the ship or aircraft, as the case may be, used by that person in international commercial services for consumption or use in connection with that ship or aircraft. 7, a supply of services comprising of the filing, prosecution, granting maintenance, transfer, assignment, licensing, or enforcement of any intellectual property right for use outside Anguilla. Incidental services necessary for the supply of services referred to in paragraph A, or the acceptance of a person of an obligation to refrain from pursuing or exercising in whole or in part any intellectual property right for use outside Anguilla. Yeah, I'm conscious of time, Madam Speaker. I'm good. Right. Number 8, the supply of goods shall not be considered to be exported from Anguilla for the purposes of this schedule unless A, immediately before being put on board by the exporting ship or aircraft, as the case may be, the goods are produced to the control of customs for examination. So, Madam Speaker, all I've been speaking about has been dealing with exports. I want to look at imports now, Madam Speaker. Imports. And remember, we're talking about zero-rated, Madam Speaker. Fish part wire that is 1.5 inches or more. Rope. Winches. Life-saving equipment including jackets, life buoys, buoyant apparatus, inflatable rubber dinghies if used as a tender on a larger vessel, and distress flares. Sea anchors, grapnels and parts thereof of iron or steel. GPS, radio direction finder, radar apparatus, sextants, trawler of any size, other fishing vessels. And then we move to the farming inputs, fertilizers, animal or vegetable fertilizers, mineral or chemical fertilizers, ammonium sulfate, sodium nitrate, double salts and mixtures of calcium nitrate and ammonium nitrate. And we have all the other mixtures of nitrates there. Then we have seeds for sowing, soya beans, groundnuts, linseed, rape or colza seeds, sunflower seeds, palm nuts, cotton seeds, castor oil seeds, sesame seeds, mustard seeds, safflower seeds, melon seeds, poppy seeds, other oil seeds and fruits, sugar beet seeds, clover seeds, vegetable seeds. And then we have the tractor and other implements used for agricultural purposes only. Single axle tractors, track laying tractors and other kinds of tractors there. Tractor spare parts, livestock and related products, Madam Speaker. Chickens for breeding, for rearing. Animal feed not intended for resale. Then you have breeding stock, horses, asses, cattle purebred, cattle, things like bulls for breeding. Then we have swine, we have sheep for breeding, goats for breeding, fowls of the species, Gallus domesticus for breeding, turkeys for breeding, ducks for breeding, geese for breeding, guinea fowls for breeding, cocks for breeding, bees for breeding, bovine semen for artificial insemination, if accompanied by a permit. Beekeeping, Madam Speaker. I'm making a point here because I think persons need to understand the depth and complexity of what we would have brought to this house last year. And then we go to the essential foods and other goods. Meat and edible offal of the fowls of the species Gallus domesticus, fresh, chilled, or frozen. Madam Speaker, this includes backs and necks, wings, livers, marinated chicken, other, eggs locally produced, not processed, fish locally produced, meat locally produced, milk and cream, Madam Speaker, rice, and we have all the various kinds of rice there, flour, bread locally produced, Madam Speaker, cane sugar and chemically pure sucrose in pure form, Madam Speaker. We have oats, Madam Speaker, fresh fruits, plantains, bananas, dates, figs, pineapples, avocados, guavas, mangoes, mangosteens, oranges, mandarins, ugly fruit, other mandarins, clementines, grapefruit, lemons, limes, grapes, watermelons, cantaloupes, muskmelons, pawpaws, apples, pears, apricots, cherries, peaches, plums, Madam Speaker, strawberries, raspberries, cranberries, kiwi fruit, durians, sapodillas, golden apple, passion fruit, soursop, breadfruit, ackee, Madam Speaker. And we have the vegetables, Madam Speaker, potatoes, tomatoes, onions, shallots, garlic, leeks and other vegetables of that kind, cauliflower, Brussels sprouts, cabbages, lettuce, carrots, turnips, beets fresh or chilled, other radishes and other similar edible fruits, cucumbers, fresh or chilled, Madam Speaker, peas, string beans, black-eyed peas, Madam Speaker, pigeon peas, asparagus, celery, mushrooms, Madam Speaker, sweet peppers, spinach, olives, pumpkins, squash, and gourds, Madam Speaker, zucchini, okras, sweet corn, corn on the cob. Madam Speaker, we have baby formula. Then we have a supply of contraceptives and sanitary products, Madam Speaker. We have condoms, sanitary towels, napkins and napkin liners, sanitary towels, Madam Speaker. And then we move on to the exempt supplies, Madam Speaker. And I go back to the white paper, and it defines exempt imports. These are some goods that can be imported into Anguilla free of GST. That is, the Customs Department will not charge GST on the importation of these goods. However, other import taxes may apply. Some of these include the following: the personal effects of a passenger, things like 200 cigarettes or 50 cigars, 2 pounds or 230 grams of tobacco, 1 liter or 40 ounces of spirits, 1 liter or 40 ounces of wine, 170 milliliters or 6 ounces of perfumed spirits, foodstuffs to a value of $150 EC, and goods not exceeding $5,000 EC in value, goods which are shipped or conveyed to Anguilla for transshipment or conveyance to another country, and the containers temporarily imported under the customs tariff heading. And Madam Speaker, I go back to the regulations. And it speaks there, Madam Speaker, of exempt supplies. And they are listed here, Madam Speaker. Domestic financial services for an explicit fee, accounting and record-keeping services, including a financial clearing system, Madam Speaker, legal, actuarial, notary, and tax agency services, data processing and payroll services, debt collection or factoring services, trustee, financial advisory, and estate planning services, Madam Speaker, leases, licenses, and other similar arrangements relating to property other than a financial instrument, Madam Speaker. And then it talks about a supply of medical services and devices. This includes a supply of qualified medical services, laboratory X-ray, magnetic resonance, imagery, sonogram, computerized tomography, and other imaging services, medical devices provided as part of the supply of qualified medical services, the use of operating rooms, case rooms, and anesthetic facilities, Madam Speaker, the use of radiotherapy, physiotherapy, occupational therapy facilities, services rendered by the medical facility staff, including orderlies or technicians in connection with exempt medical services, preventative and general dentistry, psychiatric services. And then, Madam Speaker, we have the supply of medical goods and services, devices. We're talking about medicines, pharmaceuticals, and supplies administered in a hospital or by a hospice, respiratory or heart monitor, ventilators, dialysis machine or feeding tubes, a medical or surgical prosthesis, an item of medical or surgical equipment. And Madam Speaker, we have also pharmaceuticals available through prescription. And then I'm coming to the end quickly, Madam Speaker. Then we have a supply of education services. We talk about in an education institution defined by the Education Act, including public schools, private educational institutions, technical college or university, institution established for the training of sports, persons offering private educational tuition, and the following services are considered to be included in the tuition and school fees and are exempt from GST when the education service is being provided by an institution or person referred to above. So we have things like tuition and school fees, Madam Speaker, extracurriculum classes, after-school clubs, vocational training, catering services, arranging work experience, counseling and careers guidance, examination services, school trips, extended care after school, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, it also talks about the supply of services in a registered nursing home or residential care facility, Madam Speaker. It also talks about supply of services rendered as daycare, Madam Speaker. And it also talks about the supply of domestic public transport and international transport, Madam Speaker. This is a document, Madam Speaker, that every member of the public should get a hold of. So, Madam Speaker, when consumers go into the business establishments and they see that the business establishments are taking advantage of them, Madam Speaker, by jacking up the prices, Madam Speaker, that is breaking the law. And I'm urging consumers to use the power of their dollars, Madam Speaker, when they find that there are instances where there are businesses that are deliberately doing this, Madam Speaker, boycott them. Support the businesses, Madam Speaker, that are being good corporate citizens in Anguilla and that are following the law, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, I want to urge my colleagues on the opposition bench, Madam Speaker, to get themselves a copy of these regulations, Madam Speaker, and to begin to properly educate the persons. Because this morning, while I may have tried to read out most of them, Madam Speaker, it would have come like a lot to digest in one sitting. And so I urge my opposition colleagues, Madam Speaker, to make that one of their New Year resolutions, Madam Speaker, for 2024, to put that in the manifesto for elections next year, 2025, so that they can begin to properly educate, Madam Speaker, the public out there. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to speak briefly about the various departments under my remit. Immigration. Turning to immigration, Madam Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Chief Immigration Officer, Ms. Lorraine Bryan, and her staff for their service over the past year. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to see how this department is embracing technology to revolutionize its services. The planned upgrades to OTRIS, that is the Overseas Territories Regional Crime Intelligence System, are just not about efficiency. They are about making Anguilla more welcoming and accessible in this globalized world. Madam Speaker, furthermore, in 2024, the formalization of the Remote Workers Program, also known as the Digital Nomads Program, reflects Anguilla's commitment to adapt and thrive in the digital age. Madam Speaker, in 2024, the Immigration Department will be moving towards the implementation of Advanced Cargo Information, ACIS, and Advanced Passenger Information, APIS systems, a pivotal step in modernizing our trade and security processes, Madam Speaker. These systems will not only streamline cargo and passenger processing, but will also enhance our border security, ensuring a more effective and seamless flow of goods and people. Madam Speaker, in January 2021, we saw the rollout of an online visa application system, evisa.gov.ai. This service has improved access to persons who require visas to visit Anguilla and has allowed all monies derived from this process to remain in our coffers. Madam Speaker, today, that is from January 2021 to present, the e-visa unit has granted 2,216 e-visas, with a total income so far of $481,201 US, Madam Speaker, and those numbers continue to rise. It should be noted that the highest percentage of e-visas granted are to nationals of the Dominican Republic. Turning to physical planning, Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to thank the Principal Planning Officer, Mr. Vincent Proctor, and his staff for their service over the past year. Madam Speaker, the Department of Physical Planning's work program for 2024 envisions creating a dynamic island landscape where technology and governance coexist seamlessly and promoting a future that thrives on innovation and sustainability. It intends to establish a system in which GIS, drone technology, and robust policy frameworks converge to create an integrated development landscape. This work program will move government towards an agile and proactive system capable of anticipating and navigating small island challenges in the wake of climate change. The overall aim is to ensure a resilient, forward-thinking approach towards sustainable development. Madam Speaker, in rolling out Anguilla's blueprint, government is determined to reduce vulnerability in ways that are optimal, given the unique circumstances, future prospects, and the goals and aspirations of the Anguilla people. Madam Speaker, Government is also committed to implementing a more integrated approach in the physical planning processes that emphasizes cross-functional collaboration that does more to engage all stakeholders. It aims to create a wider forum that is transparent, comprehensively structured, action-oriented, and results-driven. It recognizes that the success of its blueprint relies on the active participation of every citizen. And Madam Speaker, I want to share with this Honorable House this morning some statistics provided by the Planning Department. And I want to thank the Acting Principal Planning Officer, Ms. Sharon Roberts-Joseph, for assistance in compiling this information. In 2017, Madam Speaker, there were 271 applications made to the Planning Department. In 2018, 384. 2019, 360. In 2020, the COVID year, 402. 2021, 463. 2022, 451. And for this year so far, from the 1st January to the 12th December, 430. Madam Speaker, you will recall that on the 6th of September 2017, Hurricane Irma hit Anguilla and impacted the entire island, bringing everything to a halt. Consequently, very few applications, 271, were submitted to the department as people concentrated on repairing their homes and businesses in an attempt to get things back to normal. In 2018, Madam Speaker, we saw an increase of 113 in the number of applications submitted. This was mainly due to reconstruction works and the necessary government projects coming out of the Anguilla program for the rebuilding of the damaged schools, health centers, and so forth, as well as the restoration of other private-built development. In 2019, Madam Speaker, the island was still recovering from Hurricane Irma, and we saw a slight drop in the number of submitted applications as this figure decreased from 384 to 360, a total of 24 applications less. 2020, Madam Speaker, saw the start of the COVID pandemic, which affected the ability to travel outside of the island and caused the tourism industry to come to a complete halt. Even with these impediments, Madam Speaker, we saw the gradual incline in the number of applications to 42 between 2019 and 2020. Madam Speaker, in 2021, the number of submitted applications increased by 6 to 1 from 2020 to 2021. In 2021, Madam Speaker, we saw an all-time high of 463 applications being submitted. In 2022, Madam Speaker, the submission of applications was still relatively high compared to the all-time low of 271 in 2017. However, there was a slight dip from the highest amount in 2021 by 12 applications. And as of 12 December, as I said before, Madam Speaker, the number of applications submitted was 430, with some 19 days left in this year. So, Madam Speaker, 2021 remains the year with the highest number of applications, 463, being submitted to the Planning Department. And we are so grateful for the Planning Department for providing us with those statistics. Lands and surveys, Madam Speaker. As Minister of Lands, Madam Speaker, it's always a pleasure to work with Director Leslie Hodge and his staff. And the director was here earlier this morning in the House. And I wish them all the best in 2024. Madam Speaker, land is considered the primary factor of production. Land is required to construct factories and industries to carry out the production process. Land is of great importance to mankind. A nation's economic wealth is directly related to the richness of its natural resources. Madam Speaker, in recent years, I must note that the Department of Lands and Surveys has had significant transformation in the use of technology for its operations. The Director and his team are looking to further advance technological developments through an integrated approach in data gathering in 2024. Madam Speaker, the Director and his team have been putting in lots of work this year, where early in November 2023, the Department was able to successfully complete the acquisition of new imagery at 5-centimeter resolution for the entire island via the use of specialized UAV mapping technology, as well as 360-degree HD video imagery of all the streets and paths. This data will be available to other government agencies in 2024. Madam Speaker, I had the privilege of being treated a demonstration. Sorry?
Continue.
Oh. I had the privilege of viewing, Madam Speaker, a demonstration of this new imagery, Madam Speaker. And I can tell you, those of us who go to Google Earth, and some of you see the little blurred images we get, Madam Speaker, the imagery that these people have shot is crystal clear. Crystal clear, Madam Speaker. I was blown away. And sometime later after that, the team would have come and made a presentation to Cabinet, Madam Speaker. And we are one of the few islands in the region, Madam Speaker, that has access to this technology, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the acquisition of this data has never been seen in Anguilla before and around the Caribbean region. The Department of Lands and Surveys will be one, if not the leading island in the Caribbean with the use of this new data capture. Combining this data with software such as ArcGIS Pro, which we as a government intend to secure in the first quarter of next year, will allow government agencies, for example, departments of physical planning, disaster management, natural resource, infrastructure, to use the software tools for analytical data analysis. This thing can measure heights of buildings, it can forecast, Madam Speaker, drainage. The implications of this are phenomenal, Madam Speaker. Phenomenal. Software examples of how this data can be used is for storm surge modeling, flooding analysis, climate resilience through identification of housing and infrastructure that may be at risk, environment and natural resource management. The data can also be used to improve land use and to enable more efficient land registration. Madam Speaker, we often see on the news our countries in the US or the UK from Google Earth, 3 buildings and walking roads as if we were there in that country. But in Anguilla, we never had that ability. Now we have it here in Anguilla's context. So, Madam Speaker, with the acquisition of the data and software, we will be able to visualize and analyze the island in 3D, providing a detailed engineering quality digital twins for the island. And Madam Speaker, you'd be surprised that this was all done using a specialized drone. And those persons were able to stay on Anguilla and send that drone down over Sandy and Scrub and other islands. Shows you how technology has evolved, Madam Speaker. You know, and maybe one of these days we may be able to acquire this technology, this piece of apparatus for our own use. But for now, Madam Speaker, we are benefiting from the collaboration of the Department of Lands and Surveys with the creators of it. Madam Speaker, the Department of Lands and Surveys, during its 50th anniversary of a registered system for land in April 2024, we're looking to showcase some of these features. Madam Speaker, it is the department's goal to serve the people, businesses, and communities of Anguilla by creating more open platforms that bridge gaps and ensure equitable opportunities for all, thereby cultivating a future where empowered leaders armed with technological prowess collaborate to build a more sustainable, connected, and prosperous island. Madam Speaker, I now beg to move into the Real Estate Incentive Program, which began in 2017 under the AUF administration. The incentive program, Madam Speaker, is essentially a program that reduces alien landholding license rates from 12.5% to 6.25% on vacant land and 5% on built property for aliens, and stamp duty for Anguillians from 5% to 2.5%, Madam Speaker. And you recall earlier in this proceedings, we would have extended both pieces of legislation up until the 31st of December 2026, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for this year thus far, we have noted that stamp duty has cooled off significantly to 13.99 million EC dollars. Examining this cool off, we note the massive sale of Four Seasons result in 2022 of approximately $30.99 million. Despite such, Madam Speaker, data revealed that there were a number of high-end properties, mostly resale, trading on the market. The department also undertook an assessment of the market and also engaged with a number of its stakeholders, such as financial institutions, realtors, and valuers, to determine how the market was performing. Madam Speaker, based on the analysis of the real estate market, it was noted that the total number of transactions as of mid-November 2023 was recorded at 1,769 transactions, this representing a decline in transactions by approximately 20% and an 11% decrease in 2022, with total transactions at 2,133 after a 7% increase in transactions in 2021, which stood at 2,374. Madam Speaker, to get a true reflection of where the bulk of revenue came from, an analysis was conducted on the revenue for alien and holding license fees versus stamp duty for Anguillians. Over the past 8 years, it can be determined that approximately 76% of revenue for the government of Anguilla is collected from alien and holding licenses. Madam Speaker, the local market experienced an increase in spending of approximately 61% year over year, with revenue from 1.38 million EC dollars to 2.21 million EC dollars in stamp duty. This could have been due to the number of new loans taken up by Anguillians to build. Madam Speaker, in conversation with the Director, Leslie Jason Hodge, and my permanent secretary, Dr. Harrigan, we have agreed that in the coming year, we will need to market the program more on an international level to attract potential investors to the program, as the real estate market is very attractive and buoyant with the availability of funds in this market. Madam Speaker, we need to find creative ways to stimulate the property market and increase spending power in 2024 so that our local patrons can gain access to this source of wealth. Therefore, to this end, Madam Speaker, we'll be working with the department to aid in sustainable development and effective land policies. Department of Information and Broadcasting. Madam Speaker, this is a department that is very near and dear to my heart. I spent some 13 years of my public service career there, initially as information officer, then news editor, and eventually director. I would like to take this opportunity to wish Director Farrah Banks and her staff all the best for 2024. And Madam Speaker, as well, especially to wish T. Lester Richardson. He has retired, Madam Speaker, but he still answers the call of duty at the station as they seek to find a replacement. And also as well, Madam Speaker, Renford Kelsick as well, who would have retired, but Madam Speaker, but still is holding the fort as they look for new staff members. Madam Speaker, the Department of Information and Broadcasting has entered an extremely critical time in the area of public information and its dissemination. Technology has gone to yet a new level with the new global dispensation of AI, with mechanisms such as ChatGPT. Madam Speaker, hence the absolute need and priority for alert, trained, and visionary personnel working in public information and broadcasting. In 2024, Madam Speaker, the Department of Information and Broadcasting will aim to seek to fill critical vacant positions. These additions will then provide a greater platform to boost the station's daily output, carefully tailored to and targeting the diversity of the population. Also slated for 2024, Madam Speaker, is to upgrade the station's social media platforms and presence, as this has now become the norm. Finally, Madam Speaker, a future purpose-built home for the national broadcast and public information identity will be part of the agenda moving forward. And Madam Speaker, I also want to include this as well for the Department of Lands and Surveys. That department has outgrown its home. It is now bursting at the seams, Madam Speaker. And I'm looking forward with the support of this administration, Madam Speaker, not too long in the future, to seeing the realization of a new purpose-built building for lands and surveys. We will continue, Madam Speaker. We will continue, Madam Speaker. I see the Minister of Finance perk up. We'll continue, Madam Speaker, to seek innovative ways to address this situation. Madam Speaker, Minister of Home Affairs, I take this opportunity to thank my Permanent Secretary, Dr. Aidan Harrigan, and his staff, his very small staff of 2, Clarion and Alana, for their service during the year. Madam Speaker, a huge ministry with very small staff. But Madam Speaker, I see the Deputy Governor in the room, and he has assured me that come early 2024, Madam Speaker, DG, that I'll be getting a Principal Assistant Secretary in the ministry. Is that true, Deputy Governor? Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
He does have immunity in the House.
Yes, yes. Madam Speaker, I also want to thank Ms. Jeanette Guzman Lamantang, our liaison officer to the Spanish-speaking community, for her work during 2023 and wish her the best for next year. Madam Speaker, it has been a feature of the Ministry of Home Affairs since this APM administration has come into office that it has focused on building a better future by seeking to establish pillars of social capital, strength, and resilience, Madam Speaker. For example, this year, the Minimum Wage Advisory Committee, commissioned under the auspices of the Ministry of Home Affairs, completed its work, Madam Speaker. An Executive Council signed off on its recommendation of a national minimum wage of $16.20 or $6 effective the 1st of January 2024. At long last, a national minimum wage for Anguilla, over 30 years in the making, Madam Speaker. And I must, even though I've done it in the past, I must at this point in time pay tribute, Madam Speaker, to the hard and sterling efforts of the Minimum Wage Advisory Committee, led by Dr. Wycliffe Foy, Madam Speaker, for their tireless efforts, Madam Speaker, in compiling the report. And I'm very gratified this morning, Madam Speaker, that both sides of this honorable House would have fully supported, Madam Speaker, the report and the findings of the report. I'm very grateful for that. So, Madam Speaker, in a few days from now, we'll be having a minimum wage, and I want to encourage, Madam Speaker, the business community who may have persons employed who are being paid less, Madam Speaker, at this point than $6, Madam Speaker, to ensure that the necessary budgetary allocations are undertaken. I know from government standpoint that has been done, but I want to encourage the business community, Madam Speaker, to ensure that they adhere to the law, Madam Speaker. And I also want to reassure those workers who have been fearful, Madam Speaker, that the employers are going to reduce those who be making $8, $9, $10, that the employers are going to reduce their salaries, Madam Speaker. As I said before, I'm going to say in this Honorable House this morning, that would be against the law. It would be breaking the law, Madam Speaker. And there are penalties in the Labor Relations Act 2018 that will deal with such persons, Madam Speaker. So I'm encouraging everyone. I know a number of businesses have indicated to me already that they have made the necessary provisions, Madam Speaker. And so we're looking forward to the implementation. And as we have said before, after a year or so, Madam Speaker, it is the intention of the ministry to carry out a review of the minimum wage to see if that rate is suitable, or to see if perhaps we should consider introduction of sectoral wages. So that will be coming in the future, Madam Speaker. And then again, Madam Speaker, this year, the ministry, with the assistance from the Department of Labor and the Attorney General's chambers, would have successfully enacted work permit regulations, Madam Speaker, to complement the existing Labor Relations Act 2018, something which was missing before, Madam Speaker. And so those regulations have gone into effect, Madam Speaker. And I want to say something as well. Those regulations as well complement the introduction of the minimum wage. Because, Madam Speaker, you will find that those persons affected by minimum wage are the ones that work in the lower level jobs. And, Madam Speaker, I'll be very frank here this morning. Every job is important. And as I often tell people, Madam Speaker, if the cleaner doesn't come and clean your office and clean your bathroom or sweep your floor, mop your floor, Madam Speaker, the office will stink. If the sanitation workers do not collect the garbage, Madam Speaker, our streets will stink. So every job is important. Those persons that cut the edges of the road and keep it tidy, Madam Speaker, to make sure our tourists come to Anguilla and enjoy what they are seeing. All of these jobs are important, Madam Speaker. And so this minimum wage will at least provide a cushion from the floor, not the ceiling, by bumping them up. And I am not going to be naive this morning and say that the minimum wage is going to cure everything. I consider it somewhat of an equalizer, Madam Speaker, that it's going to improve in some way the benefits of those persons at the bottom. And when I said that the regulations complement the minimum wage, you'll find that, Madam Speaker, when I had tabled the regulations in this Honorable House, I have spoken in depth about the new fee structure and the fact that part of those regulations saw the introduction of zero-rated fees, Madam Speaker, in areas. Let me see if I can perhaps just very briefly. How's my time going, Premier? You going good? Okay, good. Right. Right. So, in the lower paying jobs, we have for the first time, Madam Speaker, introduced zero-rated fees. These jobs include carers for the elderly, disabled, sick, geriatric care assistants, nurse aides, nursery school teachers, attendants and nurse and teacher assistants, pastors, deacons, bishops, and other members of the clergy, Madam Speaker. So we understand that these are some of the lower paying jobs, Madam Speaker, and persons that have to apply for work permits now will not have to incur the cost of paying minimum wage and still having to pay work permit fees. So we have been very conscious, Madam Speaker, in recognizing some of the challenges that the minimum wage would bring. And so that's what we have done, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, labor. This is perhaps, Madam Speaker, the one area of my ministry that consumes the most time on my schedule. Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to thank Labor Commissioner Mrs. Joanne Hodge and her staff for their sterling service during the year and wish them the best for 2024. Madam Speaker, in 2024, the Department of Labor will be monitoring the implementation of the first-time minimum wage. This is only one of the areas of compliance that falls under the ambit of the Labor Inspectorate. Madam Speaker, compliance supervision is a critical yet challenging aspect of labor relations in Anguilla. However, with the enhancement of the department's compliance function in 2024, there is much anticipation that it will now be able to make meaningful strides in this area, Madam Speaker. And of interest, on the books currently, Madam Speaker, we have about 2,677 work permits, Madam Speaker. And about 19.7% of these can be found in the hospitality sector. About 24.8% of these represent temporary work permits, that is, short-term work permits, persons come in for a week or two during things like festive or special occasions. They will bring in special cooks and others. About 38.9% of these represent renewals of work permits, so that means we have had persons there for a number of years. And about 28.3% represent new work permits. Madam Speaker, the department remains fully engaged in efficiently managing its resources and in adapting its policies and procedures to be compatible with the ever-changing labor legislative environment. And Madam Speaker, as you know, we would have rolled out our understudy policy sometime at the beginning of the year, and that is doing well. One of the areas we realize that we are lacking in is the area of monitoring and compliance, Madam Speaker, and we should be seeing addition of 1 or 2 staff members in the Department of Labor sometime during this year. That will greatly assist in that area, Madam Speaker. And I want to say, in terms of the understudy policy, Madam Speaker, this administration, and I'm sure other administrations, have recognized that sometimes we have deficits in the skill sets available locally. And that is where the need for work permits would come in. And Madam Speaker, you'll be surprised to know areas of truck drivers, heavy equipment operators, beauty attendants, a whole gamut, Madam Speaker, of various areas that you would not believe that persons are employed in as work permit holders. And what the unasserted policy seeks to do, Madam Speaker, is if there's a deficit that has been identified in a particular area, we will grant the work permit once we are satisfied that there were no qualified Anguillians available to take up that position. But what the unasserted policy does, it binds that corporation or that employer to engaging in a program of development of someone in that institution to bring them up to the level of the skill sets necessary to take over that position. And Madam Speaker, we are very adamant, we are very serious about that. Madam Speaker, I also want to touch very briefly on the area of respect. We continue to get complaints at the Department of Labor and the Ministry of Home Affairs, Madam Speaker, about the disrespectful behavior of a number of our work permit holders, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, as I've said then, and was in this Honorable House this morning, I will not condone it. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, I have had occasion fairly recently to revoke a number of work permits. Because at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, and I make no bones about it, respect must be given on all sides. The workers cannot disrespect the foreign or the work permit holder and expect to get right and justice. It must be given on both sides. But this ministry, this minister will not tolerate instances where local workers are abused, Madam Speaker. And we will continue to ensure that as long as I remain in that seat, Madam Speaker, we will continue to monitor and take appropriate action where necessary. Madam Speaker, in 2024, we will continue to push for modernized revisions to current labor legislation and the introduction of legislative topics related to welfare, equality, safety, and tripartism. The department will also seek to further expand its staff complement to deal with the associated workload. Madam Speaker, as I begin to wind down, you will recall that earlier in my presentation, Madam Speaker, I spoke about the unparalleled growth in the construction sector. Madam Speaker, you just have to drive on the side roads and the by roads, Madam Speaker, to see the sheer volume of homes that have been constructed. Madam Speaker, Ministerial Assistant Courtney Morton took me on a brief tour of sections of District 3, particularly in Cedar Village and Black Gardens, to see for myself the unprecedented growth in those areas, Madam Speaker. And it was amazing to see the number of homes that were being newly built, as well as current homes that were going upstairs, Madam Speaker. There was a gentleman that we stopped to speak to that was actually planting fruit trees on his plot of land along his boundary. So he was preparing, Madam Speaker, for when he put down the blocks, he was going to have fruit trees in his yard. And he was actually using some of the arable areas of that land, Madam Speaker, to plant corn and peas and so forth. Very, very, very shrewd chap. And I realized that land over there, that God is rich, very, very, very rich soil. But Madam Speaker, it concerns me that this is the country that the loyal opposition claims that life is so hard, Madam Speaker, that people are starving in this country, Madam Speaker. Is this not evident that our people are making progress in this economy under this administration, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, where is the evidence to show otherwise? isn't the $100 ticket for the AUF dinner last 2 evenings a demonstration that people in Anguilla are progressing rather than starving, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, can a starving person afford a $100 dinner for one night meal, Madam Speaker? Where's the hypocrisy? Madam Speaker, I leave it as that. I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me this opportunity to make my presentation to the 2024 budget presentation, Madam Speaker. And I hope that what I've had to share here this morning will shed some light, further light on the operations of my department, as well as the work that this administration is doing and continuing to do to uplift this country. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any other contributions to the Appropriations Bill? The Honorable Member for Sandy Hill is recognized.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Let me just make a note of my time, 11:47 a.m. Good morning to members of this honorable House, members of the gallery, and the members of the listening and viewing public. Madam Speaker, I was smiling as I got to my feet in terms of the last comments made by the single island-wide member. But let me first say, Madam Speaker, that I appreciate the single island-wide member's presentation this morning. And I find that this administration, certainly a number of the ministers who have portfolios, and we would expect, the general public would expect that they make similar presentations, instead come to this honorable House and act as if they're in opposition by attacking the statements made or the presentations made by the opposition members, as opposed to presenting what is happening in their ministries, the progress, the reports, the updates, the things that the people want to know to justify the reason why they are in office and the reason why they are ministers of portfolios. And so I appreciate the single island-wide member's presentation, and it was quite thorough and sound in its presentation. Madam Speaker, I would like to congratulate the technical team in the Ministry of Finance and the Permanent Secretary of Finance, Ms. Kathleen Rogers, for their hard work in presenting the budget for 2024. And having sat as a Minister of Government for 5 years, Madam Speaker, I can tell you that I appreciate and I understand the extent of the work that they do. It is something that they start months from in advance, numerous discussions, meetings, interactions with the ministers with respect to the various portfolios in order to bring together the document that we have before us today. And it's for that reason, Madam Speaker, that I have to express my disappointment that when the budget address was presented last week, Friday, the members of opposition sat in this honorable House with nothing but the agenda for that day and pieces of paper. There was no budget, no estimates of recurrent revenue, expenditure, and capital in front of us, and there was no copy of the budget address in front of us. And sitting as a government minister for 5 years, Madam Speaker, and coming to this honorable House, I can say that there was nary a time when these documents, the address or the expenditure and income were not present and prepared and ready for all members of the House, including the opposition and the nominated members. Nary a time. And I can say that because I know that the hard work that goes into preparing these things are not done and not finalized the day of. And certainly, when the Honorable Premier would have stood up and given his address would have been completed. And so, Madam Speaker, I find that it is unacceptable, inappropriate, and poor for the members of opposition to sit through 2 hours of a presentation, a budget address, without even having the budget in front of us. And I am making note of it so that in the future, things such as this can be avoided. In fact, Madam Speaker, I received the budget and the address as I was about to step into my car, leaving the premises of the House of Assembly. That is not acceptable. And so, when I actually did sit down with the budget address in hand that was handed at the end of the last House, I realized that what I had considered to be political parts of the presentation during the time that the Honorable Premier would have made his address were actually not encapsulated in the actual address itself. And as I went through the notes that I had made, and I actually went back to listen to the presentation, and I would have noted over 20 insertions made in the budget address while the Premier was speaking that were not encapsulated in the physical copy of the address that we would have received. And it makes me consider and wonder whether, in fact, the reason why we were not handed a copy of the address until after the House of Assembly was for that purpose. But I have to say, Madam Speaker, that irrespective as to the reason why, it is unnecessary.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, the member is imputing improper. She is trying to insinuate that what we did is incorrect. Madam Speaker, I don't think that there's any rule that says that my address had to be given beforehand, during, and it can be, I can insert as I need to. Thank you.
You are correct, member. I was going to wait for the member to complete her presentation to speak to that, because there's precedence in this honorable House of budgets upon budgets, year after year, being presented without a copy being presented to opposition beforehand. I think it's a mark of respect that members should give the honorable member a listening ear at that time and simply take notes. There is no rule to that, and I uphold what the member is saying. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In fact, it is a mark of respect for members of the opposition who are elected representatives to certainly have a copy of the budget itself, irrespective as to whether the budget address is given. But to not have either the budget or the address, I think is inappropriate and it's disrespectful to the members of the House. No, not this.
Oh, my clerk is reporting that the budget was sent beforehand.
Did you guys receive this?
The budget estimates
Yes,
were received on Thursday.
that's what he's saying.
By email, Madam Speaker?
Yes, by
okay,
email.
Thank you.
Yes,
As I was saying, Madam Speaker,
yes.
so the budget address would have been on Friday, and we would have received the
Electronic copies.
by electronic copy, a 199-page document on Thursday. Was that
And
Thursday?
notice is usually sent electronically, isn't it?
And then after so why is it, Madam Speaker, did we not have the benefit of the printed copy until after the House? This is why I can't understand. If it is that we're intended to rely on the electronic copy, why were we presented with a copy of the physical budget after we left the House?
I believe that question is neither here nor there, because you have received a copy regardless. You are given copies electronically and notice electronically to attend House in any way. I mean, I don't see the point to that.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Having received notice, you have received notice. It is up to you. You can either print it and have a hard copy until the House is able to present a copy, just like you have to wait for a copy, the Speaker has to wait for her copy.
Madam Speaker, if I can chime in here, the issue really is the fact that the government would have had copies of their own presentation, and it really would have been respectful, as you said, to, while you're printing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that you also include the copies, the printed copies, for the members of the opposition.
No,
and not to be handed
mem-
them right after the sitting.
Members of the government did not receive copies, printed copies. Not from the House, not from the House. The same electronic copy that you would have received, the members of the government side would have received. Yes, member.
Madam Speaker, yes, I would have received my copy and other members the same time they would distribute it to the opposition, yes.
Madam Speaker, as it relates to the budget estimates, the members of the government side would have been able to intimately engage with these over the last few weeks and months. I'm pretty sure they would have worked with the members in their various departments to help to prepare these, whereas the opposition would not have had that ability. So even giving them to us the Thursday before the budget address on the Friday electronically just seems outrageous, especially when budget debate starts just a few days later and there's no opportunity to adequately scrutinize what was presented to us. That's my position, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the ability to speak.
Well, I believe all members would have had the handout, the physical copy at the same time. And please, just let's move on from this.
Madam Speaker, I'll move
The
on to
point
my
has already been
presentation, but I
made.
would like to note that the members of the opposition have spoken with respect to the request, the respectful request to be provided with copies of documents, certainly at the time of the House, if not before, so that we can prepare ourselves and follow along concisely. And I think that that is just common courtesy among colleagues as professionals, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I would have indicated, having gone through the budget address and realized that there were additional insertions that were spoken, that had not been included in the physical address, I would have ensured that I went back and listened to the presentation while I read the physical document, just to be able to pick up distinctions between what was said and what was presented. And I can tell you that even before the budget address,
Yeah.
Now they're back.
This Honorable House stands in recess for 5 minutes. Thank you. contribution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I was saying before we lost the mics, that even prior to the budget address being delivered by the Premier, I would have received a number of calls from civil servants, business owners, private sector employees, all anxiously anticipating the contents of this 2024 budget. Some were hoping for relief at the ports, similar to in other countries where they reduce or remove GST or VAT. Some were hoping for double pay. Business owners were hoping that there was something significant in the budget to assist them to carry on their businesses here in Anguilla. And I can say, Madam Speaker, that they were all sorely disappointed. And it is clear that this 2024 budget is a budget bloated with revenue from primarily the goods and services tax, the GST, with no real substantial or prolonged support for our people and for our local business sector. And I will explain why I say this. And I would have earlier congratulated the technical team. And while it is that the technical team has their job to do, the presentation of the address, the budget, and its contents are primarily governed by the policy decisions of the government of the day. And so this budget would represent the interests and the vision for 2024 by this APM administration. And as far as I can see, Madam Speaker, this is an airport budget. Page 2 of the address states that there have been, it says, Madam Speaker, this 2024 budget heralds significant levels of investment in our physical infrastructure, which will enhance the productive capacity of Anguilla. Our physical infrastructure. And the Premier, during his presentation, made reference to physical infrastructure, that's on page 3, social infrastructure, and I thought, Madam Speaker, that social infrastructure would have had something to do with assisting families, dealing with the social fabric of our economy in terms of the social fabric of our country, in terms of the issues that we're facing with our persons in our homes and children, etc. But instead, Madam Speaker, what social infrastructure was identified as in this budget address made reference to schools where we educate our young leaders, and the healthcare facilities and cultural institutions that preserve and promote our heritage. And now, while all of that is great and it's part of developing a country, I find that the word social actually missed the point in terms of dealing with the real issues that are affecting our people. The Premier also made reference to digital infrastructure and environmental infrastructure. And so the focus of this administration, it appears, is to develop the country's infrastructure. But what about the development of its people? And, Madam Speaker, despite all the fancy words and the fancy song and dance by the Premier, the stark reality is that Anguillians are suffering from the high prices in this country and from the significant increased cost of living. And I would have heard the member, Single Island White member, Honorable Ken Hodge, when he ended his address, make mention of the Anguilla United Front dinner and dance that took place on Monday night. And I have to say it was a wonderful event, a great turnout. I'm sorry the Premier and his team missed it because we had tickets ready for them had they been so inclined to attend. But I want to say, Madam Speaker, that there are persons that can decide that they want to be able to place $100 to attend a dinner, dessert, dance, and nice music at a certain time of the year. At a Christmas season where we talk about family, we talk about togetherness, we talk about being able to come and enjoy yourselves. And that's part of it. But just because those persons are able to afford, let us not mistakenly make the statement or suggest to the people of this country that everybody is doing well. Let us not suggest that because there's a dinner and dance, that everybody is doing well and there's no issue in this country. That is not the case. That is not the case, and every one of us who are elected representatives, who go through our constituencies, who drive across the island, can tell you that there are people that are suffering in this country. There are people that are living without electricity because they cannot afford it. There are people that do not have running water. There are people that have to cut and contrive. And yes, there may even be people who attend the dinner and dance, but not because they could afford it, but maybe because somebody gifted them a ticket. So let us not assume that because there's a function, and it sounds to me that there's a great amount of jealousy, because it was a wonderful evening. But at the end of the day, let us not confuse the issues. We are here talking about a 2024 budget. We're talking about what measures have been put in place for the people of this country. And I can tell you that the budget falls far short on what it needs to be able to assist our people. And page 6 of the Premier's address spoke about major factors, and this is important, Madam Speaker, because the Premier would have spoken about it, but throughout the document, you have a 32-page document, and of course, as I mentioned, there was a 2-hour presentation because the Premier would have added items not contained in the physical document itself. But what is important for the people of Anguilla to understand is that this government knows exactly what is happening in this country. They know exactly what is happening in this country. And why do I say that? Page 6 of the budget address, and if it's not uploaded on the gov.ai website already, I would imagine it would be at some time soon, because all of the budget addresses are uploaded to the gov.ai website. And page 6 of the budget address says the truth, Madam Speaker. It says, global living standards declined in 2022 and 2023 as costs rose disproportionately to incomes. What does that mean? In 2022 and 2023, living standards, not just in Anguilla, worldwide, globally, living standards declined as costs rose. So there was an increase in cost of living. And those of us who listen to the news, who watch what's happening in the US, who listen to what's happening in the UK and in other countries, will know that Anguilla is not the only country that is suffering from an increase in cost of living. That is a fact. But the next sentence continues and says, the major factors influencing observed prices in Anguilla were rising costs of commodities, higher oil prices, and changes in physical property. Physical, F-I-S-C-A-L, meaning financial. Physical property, policy, money. And so the major factors influencing observed prices in Anguilla, the increase in cost of living, were rising cost of commodities. Now let's talk about rising cost of commodities. And I heard the Premier speak about price control. And the single island-wide member, Mr. Ken Hodge, essentially explained and went through into detail talking about the zero-rated goods and exempt goods, etc., to explain to a person the fact, as far as they're concerned, that those items that are zero-rated or GST exempt should not be higher on the shelves. Now, this budget address is explaining that commodities, products, imports into Anguilla have increased in price. What does that mean? It means that a shopkeeper purchasing, because everything in Anguilla is imported, a shopkeeper purchases goods and places them in a 40-foot container. The shopkeeper doesn't separate the container between what's GST exempt or zero-rated and what is not. What can fit into a 40-foot container or a 20-foot container goes into that container. The prices since 2020 have increased in terms of the commodities from wherever they're purchasing. And most of the local businesses would purchase from the US, and perhaps from about 3 major suppliers. The prices of those suppliers have increased. So if you're buying apples, if you're buying chicken, if you're buying various items, the prices have increased. So the shopkeeper in Anguilla is paying more to acquire those products that they were accustomed of providing for a lower price. And of course, we know why. We know that from during COVID time, because there was an issue with many persons falling sick, etc., manufacturing companies had less. And so because they had less production, they charged more. We know that there was an increased cost of shipping. In fact, the ships were backlogged in various ports for weeks. And it was a struggle for items to get into Anguilla. We know of the war that is happening between the Ukraine and Russia. And all of these factors would have contributed to the increased cost of commodities. These are factors that have nothing to do with our shopkeepers here in Anguilla, but they have to pay the burden of what is happening in the wider world. So they pay more for the same goods that they were accustomed of paying. They put those goods in a container. The container is shipped to St. Martin. The cost of shipping to St. Martin has increased. The cost of shipping from St. Martin to Anguilla has increased. Because of the size, the fact that we do not have a deep water port, I think everyone knows that there has to be a transfer from St. Martin to Anguilla. And the cost on each leg for shipping has increased. We know that. So when those goods land in Anguilla, the cost of those goods have increased because of all of these factors. And then you add in the fact that even before GST, this government would have increased a number of fees and taxes on transportation, such as ASPA fees, the petroleum levy that was increased from 100,000 to 750,000, the various fees and expenses, and I can get the list of them, that were imposed even before GST, and all of those things have factored, of course, the increased cost of fuel. Because not only do you have the cost of fuel, the shipping costs, etc., is factored in, but you also have to recognize that those shopkeepers have to run their freezers. They cannot afford to plug out the freezers and have their chicken and their frozen products without being frozen. So they got to pay for it, which means that they're paying for higher electrical costs, All of these have to be factored in. You cannot expect a shopkeeper to absorb all of these costs and still present the same price of the goods to the ultimate consumer. And I'm an ultimate consumer, I don't own a shop. But I understand that these are factors that take place that impact the ultimate price. Now, there may be some shopkeepers, some businesses, that add more than what they really should. But by and large, I would say that the majority of the business owners, the shopkeepers and retailers here in Anguilla are not trying to gouge people's eyes out. But the government, this government, is failing to acknowledge and consider the fact that there are all of these factors that weigh in so that when the goods, the zero-rated and exempt goods included, land in Anguilla as part of a container, everything that's incurred in that cost has to be spread around among everything. That's the reality. So even if, once it reaches the customs, the GST is removed or exempt from those particular goods, but there's an increased cost because the cost of the commodity itself has increased and the cost of shipping has increased, and those have to be spread among all of the products. And so because of that, when you talk about price control in a country that imports every single thing, you cannot go to the grocery store and say it is more today than it was 6 months ago, and because of that, they're gouging people's eyes out. No, you have to conduct a proper assessment as to what is really happening in our economy. And factor in the fact that during the period of COVID, when our country was closed, people did not have an issue shopping locally. The prices were reasonable. Now think about this. If the shopkeepers had wanted to gouge people's eyes out, what better time than when the country was closed and people couldn't go anywhere? You couldn't get on a boat to go St. Martin. You couldn't get on a plane to travel anywhere else. You have had to be subjected to those higher prices and pay those higher prices. Why? Because you could not go anywhere else. But that wasn't the case. That did not happen. The increase in the cost of goods and the reason why we're seeing the issues today in the grocery stores are by and large as a result of the manner in which the GST has been implemented. And that is a fact.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, misrepresentation. Madam Speaker, it has been stated in this House, several press conferences, in the media, and in the newspaper that during COVID, there was a price setting of a 40% markup allowed, and the information shows that many of the businesses exceeded that, sometimes up to 400%, Madam Speaker. This is known. I'm not saying all the businesses, but most did, Madam Speaker. And the member knows that, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
What report? If there's a public report, Madam Speaker, there was a price control mechanism that was put in place during the period of COVID. I'm not sure if there was a report, member. If there's a report, then that could be.
But there was an argument about water, the price of water, that water was given on a zero-rated or duty-free something, and the price was still, yes.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the point I'm making is that even without the price control mechanism, I don't think it was called price control, it was called, I can't remember exactly. But there was a measure that was put in place just to ensure that all businesses comply. And I can tell you where that came from. Because in Executive Council, it came to the attention of the ministers that there was a particular business that was charging $12 for a bag of ice. And the Attorney General had to engage that particular business and speak with them with respect to ensuring that 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 type of gouging did not exist. And what that translated to was a wider discussion in ensuring that during that period of time that there was a consistency and that there was not the type of issues such as that that would prevail throughout the rest of the sector. And so you would find, Madam Speaker, that during that period of time, you had, while it was the cost of goods would have increased as well because of the exact issue, as I mentioned earlier, shipping, COVID, etc. During that period of time, the country was closed. People were still able to manage because even after the country opened, and we can get verification from customs at the ports of entry, but you would find, Madam Speaker, that since the implementation of the goods and services tax, it has had a compounding effect, and the government knows this, because at the time that GST was implemented in July of 2022, the goods on the shelves had a 9% interim goods tax. When GST was implemented, 13% was added onto the 9% for those items that were on the shelves. So it created a super inflationary issue with the items that were on the shelves.
Madam Speaker, point of order. Madam Speaker, the member is misleading. You know, Madam Speaker, the member knows that there was a move for IGT credits where the 9% would be removed from items that were on the shelves prior to the 1st of July 2022. Madam Speaker, this was just recently adjudicated in the courts, and it shows that the government made the necessary representations for the 9% to be removed. Now, earlier the member talked about zero-rated items coming into the port. She did not mention, the member didn't mention, about that 9%, which would have been on the prices prior to July 1st, now should be removed. So that apple that she talked about should have been 9% cheaper at the port when it comes in. And so that shouldn't be added on plus any 13% because zero-rated. Madam Speaker, it would be good for us not to have a GST debate in this budget, but if we have to, I'll not sit here and allow the member to misrepresent or to mislead, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you,
Madam Speaker, I resent the statement about misrepresentation, and the member, the single island-wide member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, can tell you exactly the time frame. Ultimately, the government agreed to a tax credit, but that was not the case initially. And member for Single Island-wide member Mr. Kyle Hodge will say, and has said in this honorable house, that one of the reasons why he had an issue with the government is because of the same tax credit that he had been lobbying for that had not been given at the time. And it was only until later down in the year that that had been given.
Again, this is misleading. If the member is going to quote the single island-wide member who was a part of this administration, then they have to get it correct. From January of 2022, Madam Speaker, the IGT credit was suggested along with the option of temporary bonded warehouse. Now, the business persons themselves said that they were not capable of doing either one of those until the letter of June 17th from the business community that said in their third option that they would consider that as an option. And the member must be correct.
Madam Speaker, if I can also add.
You have to add on a point of order.
On a point of order for
what is the point of order?
Just to bring some clarity, Madam Speaker.
There's no point of clarification. There must be a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I would use some time. I would allow the member for Single Island-wide member, Mr. Hodge, to speak because
you would allow. The rule does not allow unless he rises to a point of order.
Madam Speaker,
we will follow the rules.
Yes, Madam Speaker, if I may.
And he'll have an opportunity also to have his presentation, and he can make that in his presentation.
Fine, Madam Speaker. I was rising because the Honorable Premier would have said that I was mistaken in terms of my representing what took place in relation to Single Island-wide member Mr. Kyle Hodge. And so, to clarify this issue, I was asking that he be allowed to clarify the issue because there's an allegation of misrepresentation that was made. But Madam Speaker, if you do not wish to allow the single island white member, Honorable Kyle Hodge, to explain on this point of order, then certainly I'm sure he'll have the ability to do so in his presentation.
And that is exactly
fine.
what I said. He will have the opportunity to make his contribution, and he can do any explanation during his contribution.
Yes, and so, Madam Speaker, I have the judgment, and I'm glad that the Honorable Premier would have raised it, because the point with the IGT future credit is that it took place after the implementation of GST. Now, what the government of the day ought to have done would have been to have entertained and come up with this resolution and this issue and have it addressed before the implementation of GST in July of 2022. But what took place is that the IGT tax credit went to the House, came to the House after the implementation of GST. And so because of that, Madam Speaker, and the way in which the matter was dealt with, a local business here in Anguilla would have taken the government to court. And a decision was rendered on Monday in relation to this matter. And while it is that the court said that there was no legitimate expectation that the claimant would have been entitled to a remission, etc., what is important is that the court said that the timelines contained in the Financial Administration and Audit IGT Remission Regulations 2022 were unreasonable. Although not imposed with bad faith, nor with an improper motive, the timelines were manifestly absurd. Manifestly absurd. And on that ground, subject to review by the court. Now, I think we all know what manifestly absurd means. And so because of that, Madam Speaker, the judge found that the Financial Administration and Audit Remission Regulations would be modified so as to remove the timelines contained on the grounds of their unreasonableness. And the matter was remitted back to the government for consideration in light of the decision of the court. And so, Madam Speaker, in the meantime, with this back and forth, this very company who had to take the government to court did so because they had submitted information that at the end of the day was not accepted by the government. In fact, a question had been asked in this Honorable House of the Premier: how many businesses had applied for the IGT tax credit and how many received the credit? And his response was that 11 businesses applied. 11 businesses, retailers applied, and only 2 were granted. So when you talk about having tax credits and the price of goods should not have been affected, that is ridiculous. Ridiculous. And so for those other businesses who applied and did not receive the tax credit meant that they had to add 13% onto the 9% of those goods that were already on the shelves.
Madam Speaker, point of order. Again, misleading. Madam Speaker, regulations specifically stated, and this was pointed out, that the businesses had to pass on those savings to the consumers. Now, of those 11 that applied, only 2 had complied with that requirement that they would have passed on that 9% IGT to the consumers with the stock on hand that they had up until June 30th of 2022. They were able to sell those after, Madam Speaker, but they had to sell them at a discount of that 9% IGT, which the government was going to pay back to them, and which the government did to 2 businesses because they complied, Madam Speaker. The other businesses, some of them stated specifically that they did not pass on that savings to the consumer, and one of them specifically put in writing that they didn't trust the government would pay it, and so they didn't pass it on, Madam Speaker. Court notes that and noted it also.
Madam Speaker?
Thank you.
It says in the judgment that the regulations were approved by the House of Assembly on the 27th of December, 2022. But the goods and services tax was passed in this honorable house, was implemented on the 1st of July 2022, 6 months before. So explain to me, logically, I am a shopkeeper. I have goods on my shelf. The GST kicks in and tells me I have to charge 13% on those goods that are on the shelves. 6 months later, this regulation for IGT tax credit comes into effect. What did you think a shopkeeper had to do or could do when they added on 13% on top to have to be able to give back to government?
Madam Speaker, again, misleading. Their letter, Madam Speaker, Executive Council, we met with the business persons on the 24th of June, Madam Speaker, at the Church of God of Holiness in Sunington. Madam Speaker, we stated what the plan would be. We met in Executive Council on Sunday, Madam Speaker, the 26th of June, 2022. And in that, you'll find that we decided that those who passed on the savings to consumers, that they would get an IGT credit, Madam Speaker. That was conveyed to all the businesses, Madam Speaker. In fact, we set up 2 meetings on the 27th of June, which was a Monday, for retailers and 1 session, and manufacturers, etc., and hardware stores on the 2nd. We had some businesses come out. We set it up with the Chamber of Commerce, Madam Speaker. They came out. The afternoon session at 5 o'clock, nobody showed up, Madam Speaker. And so these were the times when the government could convey that, but this went out by letter, Madam Speaker, written by my hand. Also, soon after that, Permanent Secretary and the Minister of Finance sent out a similar letter stating that the deadline for sending in the IGT credits would be the 18th of July. We've then extended that until the 31st of August, Madam Speaker. So to talk about timelines, I can understand that some people may have concerns, but Madam Speaker, everyone knew from July of 2021 that the GST Act had passed, would come into effect. And so, Madam Speaker, the businesses knew what was coming. They preferred to protest, to march to the government's building. Madam Speaker, that's where we are right now. Thank you.
Thank you for the explanation. Certainly not a secret.
I hope that my time is being checked, because every time the Premier interrupts, then that clock stops. So when I started back at 12:14 p.m., every time the Premier gets up and speaks, and he speaks for quite a while on his point of order, thank you, it takes away from my time. I'm just noting that. But I want to say, Madam Speaker, that the Honorable Premier would have made mention about meeting in June, etc. And what I found interesting, and I'm glad that we're having this discussion, because it allows us to flesh out the issues and to bring to the fore the serious matters that are affecting the business community. Because it is clear to me that the Honorable Premier does not appreciate the issues that the business sector has been dealing with. And at paragraph 128 of the order and declarations, the judge said that there was no legitimate expectation that the claimant would have been entitled to a remission of the IGT solely on the requirements outlined in the letters of the Premier and the Permanent Secretary dated 26 and 28 June 2022. So what does that mean? That meant that those letters that were given to them could not legally bind the Premier. And that is why no legitimate expectation arose. And that's why I focus on when the bill actually came to the House in December of 2022, 6 months later. So all those months of discussions and negotiations, the court is saying, did not give rise to a legitimate expectation. So whether or not the Premier issued a letter under his hand, the court is saying that that did not amount to anything much. And so at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, what we have is a business sector that was burdened with not only having to add the goods and services tax of 13% onto goods at the shelves, because remember now, the law passed and you must comply. And the penalties for failure to comply is severe. So every business had to comply and impose GST of 13% from that day. And they had to add it, which meant that the ultimate consumer, all of us who go to the store to shop, had to pay the additional 13% onto the 9%. And there was no expectation, no legitimate expectation that the businesses had that government would be able to give them back a tax credit until it went to the House in December of 2022. So the point I'm making, Madam Speaker, is that had those remission regulations taken place at the same time, the 1st of July 2022, you can understand, because then the business sector would have known exactly what they were dealing with at that time. And then if they did not pass on, then I could understand the government's point. But that's not what happened. And so because of that, the people of Anguilla suffered from having higher costs at the stores. So what do people do? They drive down to a port, they get on a boat, they go shopping in another country, they buy in bulk. Now let me say this. People have always shopped in St. Martin. They have always shopped in St. Martin. But I found that after when the COVID came with the shutdown, our local stores were able to provide for the needs of our people by and large. And they were satisfied shopping locally. They were not jumping on a boat to head next door. But as I go across the country, even the morning of the budget address, somebody was saying to me that yes, they go, and they talk proudly that when they go, they can buy a big bag of this and a big bag of that and a bag with 10 whole chickens and this and that and that, and how much they save versus when they go and check the price in a local store. And it would include local stores that would have benefited from the tax credit as well. Why? Because the cost of the produce and the cost of the commodities have increased. And so even if those tax credits have been passed on, even if they are in compliance, at the end of the day, the goods are higher. And so people are finding ways to cut and contrive and to make ends meet. And they are not ashamed of it. They are not ashamed. Construction materials, we talk about, all the construction that's taking place in the country, but ask them where the construction goods are coming from. I have family members who have constructed recently. Other members of the House are constructing. And at the end of the day, they could tell you the difference in cost before GST and the difference in cost after. They know because they're shopping all the time and they're looking for the best price for their windows and doors and the basic needs to be able to move into a home of their own. They are paying more. We cannot deny it. We cannot sit here and pretend that the world is well, that Anguilla is well. People are doing what they need to make ends meet. And so, our people, Madam Speaker, are not afraid to tell us what exactly is happening. And so when I heard the single island-wide member, Honorable Ken Hodge, say that people are doing well in the country, I said, I'm listening and I'm marveling to how disconnected these ministers of government are from the public. He said people are making progress under this administration. And I don't know what kind of progress he's been listening to or he's been watching. But at the end of the day, the majority of the people that I am speaking to are saying something different. And they don't even have to say anything. I go to their homes. I speak with them. I see them out somewhere. And Anguillians are very proud. Residents of Anguilla, not just Anguillians alone, residents of Anguilla are very proud people. They will not come out and tell you exactly what is happening to them. But you see the signs and you understand what is happening. If you're paying attention, you know that the people in this country are not better off today than they were in 2020. They are not. And the real solution, Madam Speaker, is what the members of the opposition have been providing and making suggestions all along, is that the government needs to look at revisiting the way in which GST was implemented. Look at whether or not GST at the port is necessary at this point in time. The government has bragged, the government has talked about how much money they have in reserves, about 174 million, I believe. And so, we're doing well, we're rocking and rolling in reserves, but what about the people of the country? The economic performance of 2023 and the prospects of 2024, and this is a statement made by the Honorable Premier at page 6 of his address. He says, to sum up, Madam Speaker, the economic performance of 2023 and the prospects for 2024 should enthuse residents and potential investors. This is the first sentence, and I'll repeat it again so people can understand why I'm smiling at this statement. The paragraph before talks about the increase in global living standards between 2022 and 2023. The sentence after that talks about major factors influencing prices in Anguilla, rising cost of commodities, higher oil prices, and changes in fiscal policy. What is the fiscal policy? The implementation of the goods and services tax, by and large. There may have been other changes, but that is by and large the most significant fiscal policy that has been implemented under this administration. And it says, these inflationary pressures affecting our island have led to average consumer prices in 2023 of September 2023 being 1.2% higher than the same period last year and 9.3% higher than the same period in 2021 over 2022. So what we are talking about here is that between 2021 and 2022 today, we are 9.3% higher in terms of average consumer prices. And the explanation is here as to why. The rise in commodity prices, higher oil prices, and changes in fiscal policy, decisions made, fiscal policy under this administration. So, who can doubt when in the Premier's own budget address, it is stated that consumer prices are 9.3% higher than in 2021 over 2022. This is where we are. This is a reality. And the next sentence, this is why I smiled, because we have the paragraph which is telling us the very bleak news, but the honest news as to consumer prices, as to where we are, the factors that have led to living standards in Anguilla that have increased. And the next paragraph says, to sum up, Madam Speaker, the economic performance of 2023 and the prospects for 2024 should enthuse residents and potential investors. Now, maybe I don't understand what the word enthuse means, but in the face of the paragraph before that's so bleak, I am wondering how can I be enthusiastic about the news that was just released in the paragraph before. So I have to wonder, are we looking at the same address? Are we on the same page? Because I can't see, based on what you just said, in this address, the following sentence says that it should include residents and visitors. I don't get it. And, Madam Speaker, the page 7 says the estimated government revenue. Estimated year-end outturn for recurrent revenue. This is revenue that is expected year on year. It's continuing. Revenue coming in continuously. In 2023 is EC 399.13 million compared to an estimate for 2023 of EC 288.23 million. So the actual revenue, what actually came into the government treasury for 2023 was $110.9 million higher than what it was estimated to be. $110 million higher, $110.9 million higher. This is what is above the estimate. This is the recurrent revenue that the government is actually bringing in. And so what it means is that the government is bringing in much more from the tax policies they've put in place and other revenue. But overall, what is coming in is $110 million, and the government claps and pounds on their table when those figures are given, while the people are crying out. And for GST alone, let's look at that. Page 3 of the budget actually says that the estimate for goods and services tax for 2023 was $90,667,821. And the year-end projection for 2023 is $155,538,863. A difference of $64 million, $64,871,042 from GST alone. More money coming in. And then for 2024, it's estimated that GST alone will raise an additional $10,623,411 over the 2023 estimates. Well, I would say that the government treasury is looking very nice. The government is doing very well. But what about the people? How many people have savings in their bank account? How many persons are able to save to have for a rainy day, to deal with an urgent medical situation, not for over 70, under 70? How many people can deal with that? The child gets sick, an unanticipated expense. Your car breaks down, you gotta take it to the shop. Your tires blow. Because tires are not cheap, they're expensive. And every time something happens, there's no safety net. There's nothing that the people could go to. And so at the end of the day, what they have is what they have. We have to reach to a point where we understand that government, the revenue coming in, is at the expense of the people when it comes to this goods and services tax. Because with the high increased cost of living that we just explained, that we just spoke about, that's in the address, with the increased cost of living, and the fact that salaries, not just in public sector, salaries generally have not increased since 2008. you're looking at a situation where people are not doing well in this country, and we cannot ignore it. So if you are making so much money over the estimated budget, what should you do? Do you keep, you say, oh, keep going, do exactly what you're doing because you're making so much money? Or do you understand, do you stop and think and consider the fact that a relief to the people of this country is necessary? I will get to those reliefs in a bit. I will get to them. Do you, Madam Speaker, consider the fact, when I say you, Madam Speaker, I don't mean you in particular, just generally, do you consider the fact that while we live in this country and our government is doing so well, more measures have to be put in place, prolonged measures, not just things that happen here and there, and for instance, you give a tax credit, and that's only for a period of time, and then the tax credit goes, and for the rest of the year, people are suffering. Or do you look meaningfully at your tax structure and determine that something has to be done to ease the burden on the people of this country? And I'll get into that. Recently, the Premier and the member for District 6 traveled to the UK and met with the Anguillan community. And I'm sorry that he's not here in the House because I don't like to talk about people behind their back, but hopefully he's listening somewhere. He might run in while I'm still speaking so he could object. But the member for District 6 traveled to the UK with Honorable Premier and they met with the Anguillan community. And a question was raised about the GST by a member of the audience and the difficulties that people were having. And what did the member for District 6 say? He said, I heard the noise, quote, actual quote, I heard the noise. Those 4 words came out of his mouth. And that struck me because here you are, a sitting minister of government, a member who was part of the previous AUM administration as parliamentary secretary in charge of tourism, in Executive Council in 2011, when the decision was made by the AUM government to move forward with the implementation of a GST/VAT with an implementation date of no later than December of 2014. So he knew that GST was coming between 2010 and 2015. He knew. And it's the same administration that will have imposed the interim stabilization levy. Now, what is so interesting about the interim stabilization levy is that it was called interim. It wasn't called stabilization levy, It wasn't said, we are putting in place the stabilization levy, bam, because we need it for the country and this is it moving forward. No. It was called interim, and I could recall members of government standing in the House of Assembly and saying, it will expire on December of this year. It is not for the full time. Then December come around, it was extended for the next December. Then the next December come around, it was extended. So from 2011 straight through to elections in 2015, that interim stabilization levy, a new tax that had not been implemented before, was implemented and it was told to the public that it would be only for 1 year, and it was extended annually. And that's why it was called interim. So all of us thought that, well, if it's supposed to be interim, that means at some point it needs to go. But little did we know that when the AUM administration signed for the ECCB to come in and take over the banks in August of 2013, that the banking situation was there for the AUF administration when we took office in 2015, and was there for us like a gift, wrapped, nice, package on a table waiting for us. And we were told that we had to resolve the banking situation. So when the Premier speaks about the in his address about the the downward trend in public debt, and that is page 8 of the address. And make a note.
Okay. I'm sorry, I need to put the assembly in recess for 10 minutes. This honorable house stands in recess for 10 minutes. Thank you. Honorable Member for Island Harbor is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we've just come into some disturbing news, and so I'd like to beg to move that this honorable House be adjourned until further notice. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Your Honor, I rise to a second. Thank you.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that this honorable House now stands adjourned until further notice. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. This honorable House now stands adjourned until further notice. Thank you, members.